I'm so excited to get in today's reading. I hope everybody's having a good one. I'm about to just fill up my water real quick and then we'll be getting into it. So I'll be right back. What is up, super fam and Brovengers alike? I am Sensei Finito, aka Bane Sensei. Welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture. And today we are going to be continuing our watch party and our watch party. My bad. I'm thinking about my bad. But today we are going to be continuing book club for The Great Hunt chapters 35 to 40. 35 to 40 for, of course, season 2, episode 8 of our From Watchers to Readers series, yo, and this is of course season 2, and I'm so excited to get into it tonight. There was a little gnat flying around. I had to get that out of here. Yo, I hope everybody is having a fantastic day today, bro. And I, holy moly, this reading was honestly just insane to say the very least. I'm all tangled up with cords. This reading was insane to say the very least, yo. I had a really good time with it, and I hope you guys all had a really good time with this reading as well. And I would love to know what is your favorite chapter out of these chapters that we have. So definitely let me know in the comment section what chapter is your favorite out of 35 to 40, okay? If you guys haven't already, make sure you drop a like and a share on the stream because it definitely helps out with all of the things that we're trying to do around these parts. You can also follow us on Marvel Bros at you can follow us on all platforms at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. You can also follow me on social media at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions on whatever particular thing I may be partaking in at that particular time. And then, of course, you can check out that weekly podcast wherever you check out your podcasts at, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? I definitely hope everybody is having a fantastic Wednesday, a wonderful Wheelie Wednesday, if you will. Again, this reading was crazy. If you guys are new around here and are not sure how these watch parties and reviews, I keep saying watch parties are in reviews. If you're not sure how we do book club around these parts, first off, we start with chat talk, which is where I talk to chat just about the things that I've been doing, the things that you've been doing, maybe the stuff that you guys have been watching or reading, just a little bit of that. And then we get into my overall thoughts of this portion of the reading. And after that, we go into our chapter by chapter review and discussion. And now this week we actually have 6 chapters that we're covering. We usually cover 5, but we have 6 chapters this time around. But thankfully, these chapters were actually were a lot more condensed than the other chapters have been, with each one being about the same length, coming in at about 30 to 45 no, about 35 minutes at the max for each one of these chapters in this portion, other than chapter 40, Damani, being the longest one with it being 42 minutes and 11 seconds, yo. So I had a lovely time with this reading, and we will get into all of that good stuff in just a moment. Okay, so one thing I do have to make a small note of is there is an epic moment in this, there is an epic moment in these chapters, bro, and I swear to you, I have a moment just like that in the book that I'm working on, and it's actually wild. It's just, instead of flicker, it's going blink, and it's like, that must not, I didn't think that it was groundbreaking or anything when I thought of it, but it was just wild to see. It was wild to read the shit and then be like, what the hell? Wait a minute. I'm not doing the same exact thing, but it's something very similar. You know what I mean? Whoa. Bro, whoa. I will give it to you that RJ's moment is way more epic than mine, but it's very similar in everything else, though. You know what I mean? It's very similar, and I like it, though. I loved this portion of the reading, you guys. That's how I'm going to start off right now, and before we get into our overall thoughts, okay? Now, if you guys don't know, yesterday, Star Wars The Acolyte actually premiered on Disney Plus with episodes 1 and 2. We did our watch party and review for that, and it was awesome. We had a good time with it. I think everybody was chilling. We were all vibing. I don't think anybody was super duper hating, other than my boy Derpy, but that's what he does. Derpy comes around and just kind of throws a little bit of hate and makes us remember what the overall Twitter consensus is at the time. But it was cool. If you guys any of you guys in here watched the Acolyte, let me know how you guys feel about it. I won't spoil anything, won't do anything like that, but I had a good time with it. Let me know how you guys' day is going. My day is going pretty well. I was up super late last night again. I was streaming on TikTok, playing some multiverses. That was amazing. it's been super fun. I can't wait to have Marvel Bros be able to stream on TikTok too. I think we'll have some really good discussions there. I'm a little nervous to stream on Twitter with Marvel Bros just because I know that'd be crazy. But it's possible. It's a possibility. I made a TikTok today actually too that I thought was pretty hilarious, going off of just going on some Star Wars stuff that happened. I don't know if anybody saw the interview that Zack Snyder did. What the heck? Oh, I had no idea I had things open right here. I don't know if anybody saw that interview that Zack Snyder did with Joe Rogan talking about Star Wars, and it was just like, it was a moment from that, and it had me super rolling. Like, it had me rolling. Oops, that's not the right thing. There we go. Window. All right, real quick. Oh.
With that format, I feel like the thing that you can do with that format was you could really deconstruct sci-fi. Like we always talk about, like I said this at the Directors Guild, like when Luke Skywalker walks into the cantina and like is confronted by Walrus Man, like, is that sexual? Like, is he like, he's fucking with Luke. Luke's like some farm boy in this bar, in this rough bar. Like, what's going to happen to Luke?
Right.
Like, that's a conversation you cannot have.
Right.
In the context of Star Wars. Right.
Right.
There's no chance.
Right.
Like, that's not going to, but like in heavy metal, that's real.
Yeah.
That threat is real.
Yeah.
And it's not anything other than like a naive farm boy walking into like a gritty city bar that he doesn't know what the fuck. He's out of his element.
We are going live. Ever since I saw the first time on the Joe Rogan podcast, I've been wanting to make that video, and today I just decided to make it, and it just had me rolling. Like, I don't know what, like, I understand, you know what I mean, because I understand what bro was saying, but yeah, I'm saying, that was wild. Wild things were said in that Joe Rogan podcast with Zack Snyder. It was crazy. I loved it. I watched the entire thing. But yeah, I had a good time watching. I had a good time doing that. And then we did our reading and stuff today too. And that's another thing that I want to do. You guys should follow Marvel Bros on TikTok, because I'm pretty sure I'll be able to do like the reading and stuff live on TikTok, possibly, because I know they're a little bit more lenient with all of their stuff that they do. So, I might be able to kind of go over the entirety of the book and stuff over there on TikTok, and you guys might be able to pull up over there. But I'm not sure. But we'll see. We will see. I'll try to have it ready for next week's reading when we do the finale. That'll be awesome. That would be dope. All right, let's jump into chat, see how you guys are doing. Got a good one tonight. I agree, Mari Sue. And what is happening, girl? How you doing today? I hope you're having a wonderful Wheelie Wednesday. Do I have time to read a chapter synopsis? Yeah, I think you got a little bit more time. Not too much. I think you got a little bit more time until I get into the overall thoughts. So much. Read fast, KP. Yeah, for real. Read as quick as you can. This is a top 10 section for me. This is a top 10 section for the entire series for me. I agree, actually. I agree with that completely, like to the fullest extent. I really do agree with that. Yes, I loved everything that we got to see in these chapters, and like it was fantastic. It was literally fantastic. Let's put that right there. Bam. We'll just set that like that. Bam. Oh yeah, I didn't do a full read for the recap, but I remember now. Okay, I got you. A ton of fun in this section. A ton of fun in the sun. Chapter 39 is just iconic. 37, I mean, yeah, 37. Oh, okay. I love it. I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember what every chapter was holding at this moment. I can't remember. I don't know why, but. So much to process here. For real. Yo, what's up with it, Thatch? How you doing? I'm at work late tonight, so I can't hang for too long, but I'm in here for a few. Appreciate you, Thatcher, for coming through and chilling with us, brother. I hope you have a good rest of your day at work. Epic moment alert. Facts. These chapters are wild. 37 is the best, but 40 is a whole thing of its own. Yeah, chapter 40. Yeah, bro. Everything about this section was just devastatingly tremendous. 37 is hands down the best. I concur. I got to finish driving to I have to finish driving to rental, but we'll be back soon. Hey, appreciate you, KP. For sure, love the Acolyte so far. Some clunky lines, for sure. But most positive feelings over here. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the clunkiness of it because it doesn't feel too, I don't know. Star Wars is supposed to be corny. Yeah, that's facts. Not corny, trust me. I love corny Star Wars. I mean, when the dude says if our political enemies hear about this, then they will destroy us. Just a weird way to shoehorn politics into the conversation. Nah, I don't. I kind of disagree with that. I disagree with that because that was the entirety of what they were talking about. Everything that they had to talk about was due to politics from the very jump. Like in this era of Star Wars, if I'm not mistaken, they are politics. Like. They're a way bigger police force than they are when we see them, like in the Phantom Menace, in the Skywalker saga. Like they are a straight up police force here. Like that's why they're pulling up into these, into a bodega, lightsaber out. Like tell me everything you know. They're arresting people. Like yo, politics is running rampant through everything. That's even why Vernestra, right? Vernestra was even talking about a lot of the things. I just don't think a lot of people, I don't think it is been spelled out to us that everything that they're talking about is politics, but it is. Despite the stakes being clear, I think everything's pretty clear. Most of it is great, but there are a few lines in each episode that made me go, huh? I feel that. That's sweet. She brought you calf. Oh yeah. She be doing a thing. Loving Yord for sure. Yord is like the pinnacle of all that stuff that we're even talking about. He is the pinnacle of what he thinks it means to be a Jedi. Same with Master Soul's apprentice and Vernestra. Like all of them are like really trying to uphold what it means to be a Jedi, and like they're talking about the Jedi Council, all of these things. Every step of the way, all of that is politics that they're discussing. Like all of it is. The episode is actually it's actually filled with politics from the start of the episode. Like even the stuff that May is doing. Like assassinating high-ranking Jedis, that is a very political move to do. I would not be surprised if her master is actually doing that to kind of move some pawns off the table. I love his abs. Oh wow, what a surprise, Marisu. The steading is awesome stuff. Loved that here, for real. I'm not with that myself, but I hear you. Yeah, for real, for real. In an era of peace, all you got is politics. That's a fact. And Star Wars is politics. That's pretty much all Star Wars is. Like, Palpatine's entire plan, everything about Palpatine is politics. The Empire, all of that shit is just lovely. That's why I love Star Wars. I love me some politics, so that's why I love the Star Wars stuff right there. My point of the politics is that it was obvious already to us as viewers, simply felt redundant for them to state it that way. I feel you. I feel you. I feel like it needed to be. I don't feel like it was said for us as viewers. I feel like it was said for them. Like, it's like, holy shit, we got to get on top of this. If we don't get on top of this, bro, it's going to be over. Like, it's going to be over. We cannot let anybody know that this is happening right now. But I do feel what you're saying. Like, it was very spelled out in a there were certain I guess to kind of zero in on what you're saying is there were definitely certain lines that felt more spelling it out in a way that nothing else was spelled out. But I didn't take it as it was spelling out. It was more of them, just that character kind of taking over in the moment and being who that character is in a kind of way. Because it's like, we were worried about this for a completely different reason before, but now we have to be worried about it because if our political enemies find out about this, it's going to be even worse than what it was before. We have to get on top of it, you know? Like, yeah, like that's almost like, yo, it's like he was talking to the PR team, like, bro, we gotta handle this right now. And I think he was even talking to his Padawan at that moment when he said it. I might be mistaken though. The prequels in a nutshell. Yeah, for real. That it is the prequels in a nutshell, for real. Very true. It is a Star Wars tradition. Facts. I love Vernestra. Can't see what's about to happen with her. I have no complaints about the politics. That's the point of the show, the whole point of Star Wars. That's not all my problem. I understand what you're saying, for real. What's up with it, Alan? Welcome in. Now we're not getting distracted at all. We're actually right on track. We are right on track, you guys. We are right on track, yo. Don't you worry your pretty little heads, okay? So now we are about to get into my overall thoughts of these chapters, ladies and gentlemen, okay? So let's get into it. But before we do, you already know what to do and where to go and who to see.
Six nations divided, how the gods envisioned the lands of Gafora, where nations must praise their gods individually. Inguvu, the god of power, Altira, the goddess of reality, Akasha, the goddess of space, Akaili, the goddess of mind, Nafasi, the god of time, Isarin, the god of soul. Each god bestowed their name and universal property to their nation through the blood of their land. Diligent praise to these gods, along with the blood of the land, allows the inhabitants of Gafora to wield the universal property of their god. These inhabitants are called gifts. It is forbidden for these nations to fraternize with one another. Gifts, the lands of Gafora.
So once we finish the book, we'll be finishing this book next week on the 12th. Excuse me. Lord. Help me. Okay, we'll be finishing the book next week on the 12th, and then on the 19th, we will be doing a full book review of The Great Hunt. And then on the 26th, either on the 26th or on the 28th, that's when I will be doing a full, well, not a full, but I'll be reading the the first 5 chapters of my alpha reader copy from my book for you guys, and for everybody else, and all of that good stuff. So it's gonna be vibe, and I'm hoping to start next week a little early because we are gonna have a lot of chapters to cover. So maybe it's either gonna be, if I don't start at 3, it'll be starting at 5 for sure. But if it's not at 3, it'll be starting at 5, and then like I said on Marvel Bros, if you guys are able to tune in to that. If you guys able to tune in to Marvel Bros, I'll probably be doing I'll be listening to it live and probably doing all the stuff I do live on there. Okay, so now to get into my overall thoughts of chapters 35 through 40 of The Great Hunt, which is book 2 of the Wheel of Time, right? Just to start it off, first and foremost, all I need, the first thing I'll say is, holy fuck. Whoa. Whoa. They did the damn thing if they didn't do anything else within these chapters. RJ did amazing, yo. RJ did amazing. RJ did an amazing job with these, okay? I loved every part of these chapters. As Marisu said early on, you guys, this probably is my favorite section in this entire book. I'm not gonna lie to you. It really is. I think everything from the Ogier to Rand and Varen and their how they interact with each other, all the way down to seeing the girls interact at the White Tower, to seeing how that translates into the ending. Well, not the ending, but into chapter 40. Whoa, it was it was perfect. It was perfect. And again, like I said earlier, each section was about 30 minutes. And it just felt really good. It didn't feel like we were spending too much time on one thing. I felt like the chapters were moving at a very good pace, and we were getting enough information, enough lore, good dialogue, exposition, all of the things that we need. I feel like it was really, really just a fun, I feel like it was a fun, action-packed, lore-filled, mind-boggling, heartbreaking section right here that we were able to take part in. I could not even believe it. I really couldn't believe it. My mind was blown. There was multiple times where my jaw was just dropped, and I was holy hell. And I'm just writing in the margins over and over again, just WTF, 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 because I don't even understand what's going on yet. And then I'm linking, bro. I love it. And I'm loving this take on the multiverse that they're doing as well. It's so much better. In my opinion, the take that they're doing on the multiverse is the way that I like to see the multiverse happen. Not necessarily the way that we've been seeing it done in everything else. And I'm only making this assumption based off of the flicker part, right? What that seems to me is if you're able to so easily see the remnants or lives of other multiverses, that's kind of how it is in the MCU with the dream sequences. When they say we dream, right, we are seeing other multiversal lives. What it seems like here is the consciousness is kind of being able to transfer across these planes as well, because it doesn't seem like I don't feel like Rand could meet another multiversal Rand. I might be wrong about that, but that just doesn't feel like what's going on here. It kind of feels like every other multiverse is kind of either over, completely gone, because the Dark One is won every single one except this last one, I'm just here for all of it. I'm here for all of it, bro. I'm here for all of it. The speculation goes rampant. It gives us so much to question about, so much to eat on, and it was just amazingness. Hey, yo, shout out to a Light Blinded Fool with the 5 gifted, yo. Big shout outs to you. I appreciate you so much, man, and shout out to everybody that just got the Brovenger membership or the Taveran membership, yo. Big shout outs to you, yo. KP, Remy, Samurai, Aldan, and Insta Matt. Let's go. And I think this time people that actually be in the streams got some gifted. Let's go. Big shout outs, man. It's okay. You didn't derail anything. I just wanted to show you that love, bro. I appreciate you. So these chapters were just fan-tiddly-tastic. I had no idea that we were going to be getting into such nitty-gritty things in this section, and it was just amazing, and it made me, I was ready for it, bro. I was ready for it. I held on. I feel like I really was holding on to all the words, and then I love seeing our big friend Loyal. I loved seeing Loyal get absolutely bombarded by women and everyone just kind of looking at him the same way all the women were doing to Rand, right? Like, I love that. I feel like that's, again, this is something that we miss out on in the show. We don't get to see all these parallels that there really are between Rand and Loyal. There are so many. They're very close friends. They're not just very close friends, but they also have a very similar upbringing, I guess you can say, as well, right? Like, the way that Loyal is kind of running away from his home and running away from all these things, the same way that Rand is trying to do it, but almost in the opposite way, because Rand is forced to run towards his duties as Loyal is trying to kind of run away from what the people want for him. So they both have that kind of they have expectations from the people in their lives, and yeah, they both have expectations from the people in their lives, and they just kind of want to be who they are, right? They want to be who they are. They don't want to have to be worrying about all of those extra weights that are put down on them from the people around them, right? Like the same way that Rand has the Aes Sedai and all these people on his neck. That's what Loyal has with the elders and all these women and stuff on him too. Like they're going through a lot of the similar things, and I love them being able to be locked in together and like kind of just we see them just interact with each other. And I love seeing Perrin and Matt kind of just like tease Loyal, and Loyal be getting a little embarrassed because, you know, of all that. I just loved all of those things, and I think it did a really good job of blending all of the things that I wanted from a setting. I got it in a very short time, and I'm pleased with it. And I'm pleased, you know, like that's all I can really say is like, I got what I wanted in the best way possible. So, I don't know if I had a lot of book to show comparisons in this. My book to show comparisons are, why in the absolute fuck did we not get this? You know, like, why did we not get this in the show? That's something that really got me pressed. It really had me. I felt some type of way watching this. I really did. Reading this, I really did. Like, I was like, wow. I think I even wrote it in the margin at some point. We better see this in season 3. Like, we better get to see the steading in season 3. If we don't, we riot. That's kind of the only thing. There's a couple of things from this book that I need to see in the show, and if we don't, it's definitely going to be cause for riots. And I didn't expect to get, there's so much stuff that happened here. I was heartbroken. I was heartbroken at times. I was happy at times. I laughed. I cried. You know what I mean? We came, we saw, we conquered, ladies and gentlemen. That's really how this section made me feel. So let me know how you guys felt about this section. What are your overall thoughts about it? We're going to jump into chat and see how you guys are feeling. And then we'll be going into our, of course, chapter by chapter discussion. LBF, what's up with it, my guy? How you doing? Hey, party people, how goes the Star Wars Club? Yo, it goes good, man. You already know. You know when we chat talking, we gotta be talking to chat about a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Let me know if you guys watched the Acolyte. I hope you enjoyed it. LBF in the house. Facts. Next week will be a marathon. Yes, it will. I believe we have like 9 chapters or something? Whoa. I got like bombarded by gnats just now. That was insane. Like, wow. So many things. Yo, what's up with the Sharice? Welcome in. Welcome all you party people to the chat. I hope everybody's having a fantastic day today. Only an hour in and we're already getting started. What? We're 30 minutes in, bud. The prose is phenomenal here. Yeah, they're going crazy. They're going crazy with it. Back, now I gotta catch up. 2 times speed. Shout out to KP. Facts. Big shout out to LBF. Again, I appreciate you, man. I was gonna everybody say W. Everybody does some dubs for my guy in the chat. Big W's to my guy LBF. I appreciate you so much, man. Loyal's got a girlfriend, for real. Loyal is hilarious in this chapter. I loved it. I loved it. Very schoolyard crush. That's a good way to put it. That is a good way to put it. A 90-year-old with a crush is very cute. Yeah. Yeah. My mom used to work in a convalescent home cutting the elderly's hair. And when I was there, yes, there was very cute things that the elderly people would do, and there are very not cute things that 90-year-old people do. But it's okay because Loyal is not a 90-year-old, like human being. He's a 90-year-old Ogier. So he's a little different. Got a good couple there was a couple of times where I was thinking about like making notes of the metaphysics. Like I think that'll be something that we do in week 10 for episode, what is that? Episode 10, I believe. Let me make sure. Yeah, episode 10 for our like book review. I think I actually will start going through and like looking at the different types of metaphysics that there are. Because Marisu, for all intents and purposes, like when you say metaphysics, that's a very scientific way of saying magic system, correct? Like, so I do want to kind of go through and make those connections as well. This one was one of my favorite discussions with my class when we read this. That's all. I forgot you got to read this in school, Thatcher. That's super dope. I wish I got to read this in a class setting. Not really. I lie. LOL. Times you hitting the nap perfectly as an emoji was flying by. Yo, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. I like to think the tropical trees were the waygate. Well, wait. I'm sorry. I like to think the tropical ways. Wow, what am I doing? I'm fumbling the bag. Okay. I like to think the tropical trees where the waygate was, and likely where the White Cloaks set up camp, was an abandoned steading, might explain the trees in the desert. Oh, I see what you're saying. That's a good note. I like that. Especially when they say that later on, like when the world broke, everything shifted and changed. When they say that, that makes it seem like, yeah, that could be a possibility for sure. Also calls back to the abandoned steading in book 1 where the White Cloaks were in the show. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Yes. I'm with you. Specifically rule-based magic. Okay, so the harder the magic system, the closer it is to being metaphysics. And then the softer the magic system, the closer it is to just being magic. So I guess we can categorize soft magic and hard magic as like magic and metaphysics. Actually, I think that's something. Actually, I love that. I actually love that. I think I like that more than soft magic and hard magic. magic and metaphysics, the M's, the two M's. Coined here. TM, Sensei Finito. All right, my event is over, so I have to go clean up so I can get out of here and get some food. Hey, I appreciate you, Thatcher. We appreciate you for jumping in with us. I hope you have a good rest of your night at work, brother, and we will see you on the replay. Sleep it well and wake, my brother. Fun fact, palm trees aren't trees. They're technically just oversized grass. What? That's awesome. That's kind of cool. Would they be weeds technically, or is it just, I don't know. Grass is way underrated. Let's go. All right, well, yeah, man, I really appreciated I really appreciated this section overall. It was beautiful. It was really beautiful. So powerful in every chapter. So many things going on. I really, really like the pace of this. Like, I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I'm not gonna lie, the way that these chapters are paced is kind of how my book is paced a little bit. Not gonna lie to you, because my chapters are shorter. Like, a lot of my chapters are even shorter than this, my guy. So that's something I definitely was looking at. I was like, ooh, do I need to write more? Like, are my chapters too short? Do I need to combine chapters? But that's something I'm hoping some of you guys can help me out when we do when we go over my book and stuff. Facts. I agree with this. Come on, bro. You had it and then you lost it. What are we doing? What are we doing? God damn. Yo. Okay. All right. So, I don't even know how this book is gonna end, but however it will be, I'm here for it. Tax this man? No facts. Oh wait, no. That's not right. It's tax, right? It's exclamation tax. My bad. Tax. Light. Blinded. 250. What is it? Is it tax? I think it's tax. It's been a minute since I've hit that for some reason. Tax this man. Metaphysics is what we call quantum physics. In philosophy, the term has been replaced with ontology. Alan, I appreciate you so much for this comment, man. I'm going to copy that comment right there, and I'm going to write it down because I might put those exact words in my book, and I will quote you. Why isn't it taxing this man? But yeah, you guys, we're about to get into our chapter by chapter review and discussion now, starting with chapter 35, ending with chapter 40. So as you know how we do these things. I'll talk about the chapter, we'll go over it and all that good stuff, and then when we come back, you guys will be able to have you'll be able to talk about what you liked about it as well. I'll go over chat. I'll talk about my stuff. You'll talk about your stuff. You guys can talk amongst yourselves in chat about what you like too. I really like when you guys talk to each other about certain things because you guys are super nerds about this stuff. Like versus me, who is not a super nerd with this stuff. You know what I mean? So having you guys like kind of nerd out about it in the way that you do, it always brings more light for me, someone who's not a super nerd on everything yet. I think I do a good job though. Wait. Here we go. Boom. Around. ladies and gents. I'm finally caught up just in time, yo. Shout out to you, bro. You've done your good deed for the day. You're a menace. You're a menace. You are a straight up menace. All right, you guys, ladies and gents, gentlemen and ladies. If you haven't already, make sure you let me know what your favorite chapter was in this segment. We're about to get into our chapter by chapter discussion. I got all my stuff ready over here. I hope you guys have your stuff ready over there. And without further ado, I'm trying to see where. Okay, yeah, I see what's gonna happen here. I've been rewatching season 1. We're gonna do a rewatch of the entire show as well. Once we're done with book club, we're gonna take a little time in between, but then we're gonna do a rewatch of the show. And then I know everyone's gonna be pressuring me into reading book 3, so that's definitely gonna happen inevitably. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after these messages to get into it.
Oh!
And most importantly, controller.
Go!
Character breakdowns. Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown.
Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown, where we dive deeper into characters and theorize about the latest films.
Pop culture news updates. On today's pop culture news update.
On today's pop culture news update.
Or movie reviews.
We love to have open discussions here on the channel, so feel free to join us when we go live.
Battle Cove, I like that Kang's motives are understandable in the same way Thanos' motives were. That's exactly what we're saying. That was pretty awesome. Well.
Or jump in the comment section of a trailer reaction or breakdowns so we can theorize, converse, and nerd out.
Follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with the latest news, rumors, content, and more.
You can also join our Discord, where we are constantly having conversations pertaining to Marvel, DC, Star Wars, anime, and everything pop culture.
All of our past pop culture news updates are available wherever you listen to podcasts at.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the superfan.
To get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred Sorry, I had to just All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. I am ready. And I hope you are too, because we are now about to blast off and embark on a wonderful journey. And that journey starts at
Chapter 35.
Oh, slow down, lady.
Chapter 35. Steading Sofu.
Yo, steading Sofu. Yo, when I say I was so excited to finally go to a steading, I think I told you guys last week or maybe a week. My chair just started squeaking so much. I think I told you guys last week or the week before that I can't wait to see more Ogier, and I hope that we do see more Ogier. And then, hey, here we are seeing all of the Ogier that we could possibly see. And it made me so happy and so excited to see how they all look similar but different from each other, kind of the way that I was expecting them to look. And it just made me really excited, yo. I love it. Yo. I love it so much. I think they did a really good job of just bringing it all together and really like I said in my overall thoughts portion, what I expected the steading to be like and look like, and for the Ogier to be like and look like, and for the elders to be like, all of that was on point, right? Loyal lets us know that Loyal lets us know, okay, first and foremost, I love whenever we get to be with Loyal, because he's dropping knowledge on us the entire time, and quick and fast, right? So the first thing we see is the Grey Owl banner that flew on the wind of their passage, right? We see that quick and early, and then we see Trolloc. We see everybody talking about steadings, and then Perrin asks Loyal questions about the steading. And my guy Perrin has been so inquisitive ever since he's become a wolf brother. He's been like on board with everything and ready to figure it out. You know what I mean? He's like, okay, how do I figure out what's next? How do I know, like, what's this? What's that? How is this going? He's trusting his instincts a lot more. And then he's thinking about his wolf brothers, and he asks if wolves are allowed. And then Loyal lets us know that only creatures of the shadow that are that were reluctant to enter the steading, and Aes Sedai, of course, because they could not touch the true source inside a steading or channel the one power. And now this is something that I actually had forgot about. I know that they said this to us a couple of times in the story, but since we haven't been there, and since it hasn't really been impactful to the story, quote unquote, I didn't recall it. Like, it wasn't on my mind until I read that passage, right? Until I read this part, and then I was like, oh yeah, oh, that's right. Like, they can't. I forgot that they can't. I forgot they can't just go into, they can go into a steading, but they won't have their abilities. They won't be able to touch the one power. And I think that is such a interesting thing. I think it's very interesting. I love the metaphysics, again, to circle back to that. I love the metaphysics of of this world. Everything just makes it makes so much sense without you even really getting an in-depth explanation, right? It's not even an in-depth explanation on why these things are. I mean, yes, there is an explanation on why they are the way they are, but it's not like explained. It's not spelled out. It's not contextualized yet. It's just like, oh, they didn't want this to happen here, so they did this way to make sure that didn't happen. But there's a reason even behind that in a way. So I again, the metaphysics, I can't wait to see how everything connects. Like how it's possible for them to have that power to stop the one power. Like, I want that to be really explained more heavily. And maybe that was explained, but I haven't went through the glossary of book 1 or anything like that yet. So I may just be ignorant to the information at this time. And then we see Matt, who's just excited to go in there because it means that my guy Rand won't have my guy Rand can't he can't like channel in there. And I thought that was messed up. And then they look at a forest that's surrounding them, and then it's explained as an easy way under the canopy of oak and hickory, black gum and beech, pierced here and there by a tall pine or leather leaf, or the white slash of a paperback. And then he feels the chill of not being able to touch Saidin anymore. They say it's like he jumped into a waterwood pond. That's just fire. I just love the way that they explain things. And then we meet our first Ogier other than Loyal. She's explained as being shorter than Loyal, with the same broad nose and big eyes, same wide mouth and tufted and tufted ears. Her features seemed delicate beside his, and she also wore a long green dress and a green cloak that was embroidered with flowers and carried a bunch of silver bell blossoms as if she had been gathering them. Nice. And her name is Aerith, daughter of Eva, daughter of Alar. So she is Alar's granddaughter. I don't think I connected that. I didn't connect that because I don't think we knew who Alar was yet. Oh my god. Yo, my guy he's literally my boy Rand with Elaine. You know what I'm saying? That's funny. And then we hear my boy Loyal, is she not beautiful, Rand? You know, he's loving what he's seeing. He is loving what he is seeing. And then we finally get, I don't know if this was ever explained to us, but we get an understanding of the longing.
Ogier.
Oh, Jesus Lord.
Are bound to the steading, Perrin. It is said that before the breaking of the world, we could go where we wished, for as long as we wished, like you humans. But that changed with the breaking. Ogier were scattered like every other people, and they could not find any of the steading again. Everything was moved, everything changed. Mountains, rivers, even the seas.
Everybody knows about the breaking, Matt said impatiently. What does it have to do with this longing?
It was during the exile, while we wandered lost, that the longing first came on us. The desire to know the steading once more, to know our homes again. Many died of it.
Loyal shook his head sadly.
More died than lived. When we finally began to find the steading again, one at a time, in the years of the Covenant of the 10 Nations, it seemed we had defeated the longing at last. But it had changed us, put seeds in us. Now, if an Ogier is outside too long, the longing comes again. He begins to weaken, and he dies if he does not return.
Do you need to stay here a while? Rand asked anxiously. There's no need to kill yourself to go with us.
Yo, I love that Rand was so worried about his good friend. You know what I mean? Rand's so concerned for his friends. And I think this is something else that we don't see enough of within the show. Like, Rand's heartfelt concern for everyone around him. I don't feel that same vibe from show Rand. And it's kind of sad, you know? And that's why I really hope that maybe season 3 can capitalize a little bit on some of those things. But I'm not sure. I don't know how we do that. But yeah.
Or I can't channel. Perrin punched Matt's shoulder, but looked sorry that he had when Matt grimaced at him with that gaunt face.
Bro is fragile.
It was the music Rand became aware of first.
Get ready,
Unseen
y'all. You're not
flutes
ready.
and fiddles in a jolly tune that floated through the trees, and deep voices singing and laughing.
Clear the field, smooth it low, let no wind or stubble stand. Here we labour, here we toil, here the towering trees will grow.
Yo, I love it so much, man. I love it so much. Like, Rosamund Pike does her thing with this. Like, she does her thing. She does her thing. I just love it. I love it. I love it. And again, so sad that we didn't get to see more Ogiers in the show and all of this. Like, it has to be in season 3. That's my only thing, is it has to be in season 3. Like, it just has to be. There's no way it can't. You know what I mean? And then they see a great tree, right? Oh.
Almost at the same moment, he realized that the huge shape he was seeing through the trees was itself a tree, with a ridged, buttressed trunk that must have been 20 paces thick. Gaping, he followed it up with his eyes, up through the forest canopy to branches spreading like the top of a gigantic mushroom a good 100 paces above the ground. And beyond it were taller still.
Burn me,
Matt breathed.
you could build 10 houses from just one of those. 50 houses. Cut down a great tree?
Loyal sounded scandalized, and more than a little angry. His ears were stiff and still, his long eyebrows down on his cheeks.
We never cut down one of the great trees, not unless it dies, and they almost never do. Few survived the breaking, but some of the largest were seedlings during the Age of Legends.
Yo, my boy Loyal was not having it. He was like, get that colonizer energy out of here. What are you talking about? Cut down a great tree. We don't do that around here, buddies. And I love that Matt's just like, I'm sorry. I love it. Oh man, and then we see just more and more Ogier popping up everywhere, and we see that they look like Loyal, but not a lot of them are as tall as Loyal. It says very few of them are even taller than him. And then they all wore mustaches, and they had long eyebrows as well. Some people carried shovels. The women seemed to favor embroidered flowers, and many wore flowers in their hair also. The older women's dresses were embroidered, and a handful of the Ogier, women and girls for the most part, did seem to take special notice of Loyal. And then we see an Ogier walking up out of the ground. And what is this? What does this mean? What does this mean? I guess we find out these are Ogier houses, but I'm still not understand how he's walking. I guess it's not really, maybe it's not walking out of the ground the way I see it. I pictured it in my head. And then suddenly, here come our new guests. 3 human women came walking around the side of a huge stump. The youngest was carrying a wooden bowl. Aiel, Ingtar said, maidens of the spear as well. I did leave Massimo with the others, yet he stepped away from Varen and Aerith and reached over his shoulder to loosen his sword in its scabbard. And of course, my margin is, yo, what in the ever-living flippin' tacos are the Aiel doing here? Like, what's happening? Why are they here, and what are they doing in this section? And then we see that they're wearing brown, gray, and green. We see that they're looking, and then we get a little standoff. Right? As soon as the women see that they're Shinarans, they get active. They get active. They get active. And then Rand and Perrin, they just instinctively both start getting ready to fight. And I love that, right? Because of course, we've been seeing Rand this entire time. He's been ready for action no matter what's been going on, but we have not been able to see Perrin doing the same thing as much. So to see them both kind of instinctively just get ready for the action, but Perrin not completely wield his weapon, I like that a lot. Jesus, yo. These damn gnats. It's because it's hot as hell. Oh, and then in my opinion, this was a beautiful, I love this moment because it was a clear-cut line of really explaining to us the difference between the Void and Saidin. Like, I think up until this moment, it's been kind of clear, but it has not been as cookie cutter clear cut. And that's what this scene did, right? He sought the void and it came, and the distance thought floated outside it that was only the void. The glow of Sidene was not there. The emptiness was more empty than he ever remembered, vaster, like a hunger great enough to consume him, a hunger for more. There was supposed to be something more. Ho, 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 ho. Yo, I love that. I love that. Aw, beautiful. For real, for real. Just beautiful. And then the Ogier pulls up. He's like, "Yo, have y'all forgotten the pact?" And they immediately say, They say, "Forgive us, tree brother. We just don't like these tree killers." Oh. After Matt and Perrin was just looking at the trees, ready to cut them down, and then the Aiel come up calling them tree killers. Sheesh. You know, I like that. I like that. And then we meet Juin, son of Lascelles, son of Laud or Laud. I'm not sure. Can't remember. And then we see the youngest Aiel mutter, "He's wearing a sword." Like they're mad as hell that he's wearing a sword. And they came for the Sungwood apparently. And then this is where Matt and Rand finally tell. This is when Matt and Perrin finally tell Rand about the Aiel stuff that was going on, where they met, and all of that good stuff that was happening. Because Matt says that they're looking for him. And, of course, I forgot that they knew about that. And I forgot about the other Aiel that they met as well. And then it's hilarious to me that everyone knows everyone knows that Rand is Aiel. And then Rand is just fucking clueless. Like, he's just fucking clueless. Like, why? Why is he just out of his mind? I don't understand what's going on there, yo. It had me. I'm just like, why don't you understand what's going on, bro? It's right here in front of your face. And then, because Matt literally says, "Since you're the only Aiel that we know, well, it could be you." And Ingtar says Aiel never live outside the waste, so you gotta be the only one. Yo, I love Matt. I love Matt. And then Matt's like, and then he's like, "Yo, you think this is funny? I'm not gonna be a false dragon or an Aiel and all this stuff." And Matt's like, "Oh, yo, I didn't mean anybody. It's just, Ingtar says you are, Massima says you are, Urian could have been your cousin, and if Rion put on a dress and said she was your aunt, you'd believe it yourself." Like, damn, why'd you have to cook bro like that? Bro, cooked him. Like, he's like, "Bro, I don't know what else you need to see." And I was like, yo, and in the margin, shout out to Matt for being the voice of reason for once. You feel me? Because, like, bro, why are we fighting the obvious here? And then, something that I really appreciated, I appreciated this so much, but Huron was so happy about the smell in the steading, Like, yeah. Let's go. Like, let's go. He's like basking in it. That's amazing, because he's been through all the other places he's gone to, like, the smell has been attacking him terribly. But here he's like, smell this air. And he takes a big breath. I never thought most places smelled bad. But this, I don't think there's ever been any killing here. Not even any hurting except by accident. And he can just smell that on the air. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. And then we find out why Loyal has been running away. Right? Because they ask, are you afraid they'll find out you left steading Shanghai without permission from your elders? And then Loyal's like, well, if they found out, this is kind of what happens. If a girl sees a boy she likes, she goes to her mother, or sometimes the mother sees someone she thinks is suitable. In any case, if they agree, the girl's mother goes to the boy's mother, and the next thing the boy knows is he's married. Bro ran away so he could live his life. And I just love that. I love that he ran so he could live his life to the fullest. He's like, I gotta get out of here, man. I gotta get out of here. That's all I know. I gotta get out of here. I'm trying to run. And then Rand's like, nah, man, it's the same for us. It's the same for us. Rand figures out that the same thing happened to him with Egwene. And he tells Matt that. Gives him a quick news flash. And then I love the way we end this chapter. Stay and get married or travel the ways. Life is very unsettling with Ta'veren for friends. Yo. And that is chapter 35. Let's talk about it. How did you guys feel about chapter 35? I really had a good time with chapter 35, I'm not going to lie. I love the lore. I love every aspect of what we got to see here. It was so refreshing getting to have all of these moments. To have a lot of these thoughts canonized for contextualized. That's what I'll say. I love seeing these things get more context to them, finding out more about the steading, finding out more about Loyal, finding out just more about all of those things and how everyone works together. And it's just so pleasant. It's just so pleasant. So I hope you guys enjoyed this chapter as much as I did. Let's talk about it. Should we talk about it or should we? No. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it a little bit. Let's talk about it. Yeah. It's Morbin time is crazy. Entering Steading Soul Food, aka Steading Soul Food, is crazy. Yo, that's wild. Surprise Aiel. No one expects the Aiel. Let alone, I didn't expect one, let alone three. 3 Aiel is absolutely diabolical. Like, just out of nowhere. We just meet one, and then boom, 3. So now there's 4. Technically 5, including Rand. But it's like, what? We go from not seeing any Ogier to seeing an entire steading and not seeing any Aiel to now there being 3 in one place at the same location. Like, who would have thought of that? Yeah, he's definitely a tree nerd. Why did the Aiel here not look at Rand more closely? Just because of the sword. I feel like maybe they did look at him close, but they were more worried about the Shienarans than about bro. Like, they don't really care about him. Rand definitely looks like a soft, wet lantern. That's crazy. It's hard to see the Aiel coming, for real. They just pop out of nowhere. Why would they even suspect? Ah, yes, the longing. The Ogier went 2 full years between season 1 and season 2. Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean? Definitely need longer seasons. Yeah, the 8 episode is terrible. That 8 episode cap is terrible. It's forcing them to have to do so much in so little time. Ridiculous. Like, why are shows like Succession getting like 24 episodes, and then these grand shows that are covering so much lore and all these things are getting like 8? It really makes no sense. I haven't even seen Succession. I'm just talking. Trying not to beat up the sick guy in a steading. That was hilarious. At least 15 episodes would be good. 15 episodes would be perfect, I think. 24 episodes would be fantastic. I wanted to see Rand spooning Matt in balls of hay in season 1 to show he cares, of course. I don't care about the spooning thing, but I do think that them being together and carrying each other when they're freaking like both dying almost, that's super powerful as a part of their bond, for sure. And them learning how to them utilizing the stuff that Tom taught them makes Tom a stronger character. So it's like they had to cut all that out because they didn't really care about Tom that much in the show. So it sucks, though. By the way, Tom coming back in the book, don't think that's happened in the show. So you guys definitely spoiled that for me. So thanks for that. You guys suck. Singing for real. Yeah, for real. How you doing, Gwen? How you doing, Quee? I hope you're having a good one. I love Rosamund Pike singing of all the songs in the book. She's done such a good job. She's done such a good job at singing like these songs, for real. I love it. She is a creative well, I agree. And the fact that there's so many different like tones and pitches and everything, it just mwah. History will say they were roommates. Nah, that's wild. Matt talking about making houses out of trees is like somebody talking about making leather out of someone's skin. Jesus. That's pretty dark. Rosamund Pike's mom is the producer and director on the audiobooks. I didn't know that. I think I knew that. I remember one of you guys told me that Rosamund Pike's mom was also a voice actor and stuff, but I didn't know that she was the producer and director on the audiobooks. No wonder. No wonder everything's going so hard. Giant hobbit holes, aka Ogier houses. Okay. Except the shadow spawn. Yeah. Dark friend confirmed. Yeah, there's a couple of dark friends in the chat, yo. There's a couple of dark friends in the chat. I know that for a fact. I'm not going to point anybody out today, but I see you. The void is a tool. The void is a tool Rand can use to access Sidene. Even a non-channeler can use the void. And that's something that I'm waiting for them to kind of expand on to, is like, I don't know if did we see Lan seek the void? I think we did see Lan seek the void when he fought the other creature that wasn't a Trolloc or Dark Friend. The void is just a concentration tool. It helps with lots of things, not just channeling, which I like that. Or the oneness, like shady ass Celine called it. Oh yeah, she did call that the oneness, huh? And isn't it? That's another thing that I love too. It's another thing. I'm sorry that I keep making comparisons to my book, but it's just a fact, okay? That's another thing that I appreciate, is like the oppositeness of these terms being taken for what they are, right? It's like, oh yeah, you hear the oneness, you think like that has more of a positive connotation to it, right? And then you hear the void, and that kind of has more of a negative connotation to it. But in reality, it's flip-flopped. You know what I mean? I like that. Rand is stubborn for sure. Rand and Nynaeve. The talent, I feel like I have the talent, but no matter how many times I sing to trees, they never give me sung wood. No diddy. No diddy. The void is very Eastern fantasy Wuxia? Jordan time in Vietnam and Korea's influence, in my opinion. Oh, another comment I am going to put over here so I can come back to it later. Shout out to y'all. That's why sniffing would be a terrible superpower. I definitely agree. Like, did y'all just get nasty in here? Seems to work when Egwene and Nynaeve sniff. Hey, yo, what? I like the lightheartedness. It won't last long. Damn. The longing we all feel between the seasons of the show. Oh, I got you. Even when Matt has an evil dagger trying to control his heart, trying to control him, his heart is still big enough to try to help Rand. Love it. I wouldn't be able to perform in front of my mom. What? Wait. What? Wait. What? I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Marisu. I don't know what you're talking about. But on that note, let's move on to
Chapter 36. Among the Elders.
I appreciated this chapter as well. Loyal has been talking so much about the elders. He's been talking so much about all of these things. And, Marisu, don't even try it. Don't even try it, yo. Don't even try it. I appreciate being able to see the elders and finally getting to know like what their vibe is and kind of hearing them discuss these different things. And I also love that everyone is looking out for our guy, right? Because as they're walking up, they see that a number of the women are all staring at Loyal. The women, the girls, and a large number of them are just taking notice of him. And then Rand tells Loyal to wait outside, and then Juin is like, yo, I don't know, the elders, they're like, no, just go ahead and stay out here. They're all looking out for him. So he's like, I'll just sit here and read my book until you guys come back. And I just thought that was hilarious. They are for real looking out for our boy. Because they already know that the elders are about to be on him the same
If
way
you
the
please,
Aes Sedai were
the
on
elders
Rand.
are waiting.
The huge windowless room inside the mound was scaled for Ogier. With a thick-beamed ceiling more than 4 spans up, it could have fit in any palace, for size at least. The 7 Ogier seated on the dais directly in front of the door made it shrink a little by their size, but Rand still felt as if he were in a cavern. The sombre floorstones were smooth, if large and irregular in shape, but the grey walls could have been the rough side of a cliff. The ceiling beams, rough-hewn as they were, looked like great roots. Except for a high-backed chair where Verin sat facing the dais, the only furnishings were the heavy vine-carved chairs of the elders. The Ogier woman in the middle of the dais sat in a chair raised a little higher than those of the others, 3 bearded men to her left in long flaring coats, 3 women to her right in dresses like her own, embroidered in vines and flowers from neckline to hem. All had aged faces and pure white hair, even to the tufts on their ears, and an air of massive dignity. Hurin gaped at them openly, and Rand felt like staring himself. Not even Verin had the appearance of wisdom that was in the elders' huge eyes, nor Morgaze in her crown, their authority, nor Moraine, their calm serenity. Ingtar was the first to bow, as formally as Rand had ever seen from him, while the others still stood rooted. "I am Allah," the Ogier woman on the highest chair said when they had finally taken their places beside Verin. "Eldest of the elders of Stedding Tsofu. Verin has told us that you have need to use the waygate here. To recover the Horn of Valir from dark friends is a great need indeed. But we have allowed none to travel the ways in more than 100 years. Neither us nor the elders of any other steading. I will find the horn, Ingtar said angrily. I must. If you will not permit us to use the waygate. He fell silent as Verin looked at him, but the scowl remained on his face. Allah smiled. Be not so hasty, Sheinaren. You humans never take time for thought. Only decisions reached in calm can be sure.
I love that right there. Only decisions made in calm can be sure. Beautiful saying. And what a way to meet Alar, right? Her taking this stance. And of course, we already know how Ingtar is, and I love Ingtar for being such a hard ass. And I do kind of feel like he wasn't as a hard ass in the show. But it makes sense for his character again. Like, yeah, I won't rant about that, but all I'll say is it makes sense in the show for the characters to be how they are, because the way that they are in the book is because all the things that they've been through. And they don't go through any of those things in the show, so of course they're not going to be the same character that they are. And if that's the case, I'm okay with changes if that is how it happens. I don't like changes just for the sake of changing things, but if you are going to change stuff, you know what I mean? Then, you know, it is what it is. But I love that. I just love that, yo. Because, again, we hear Loyal talking about it all the time. And he says how he is so much calmer than everyone else, right? In his steading and all this stuff. And now we actually get to see these elders who are actually super chill to the point where they're like, yo, see, you humans, man, so hasty. Like off of the first interaction, right? And I love it. And then we meet someone named Treyal.
Her smile faded to seriousness, but her voice kept its own measured calm. Ingtar said firmly. Hurin only nodded as if including himself in Ingtar's words. Bring Treyal, Allah commanded, and Juin, who had remained by the door, bowed and left. It is not enough, she told Verin, to hear what can happen. You must see it, know it in your heart. There was an uncomfortable silence until Juin returned, and it became more uncomfortable still as 2 Ogier women followed him, guiding a dark-bearded Ogier of middle years who shambled between them as if he did not quite know how his legs worked. His face sagged without any expression at all, and his big eyes were vacant and unblinking, not staring, not looking, not even seeming to see. One of the women gently wiped drool from the corner of his mouth. They took his arms to stop him. His foot went forward, hesitated, then fell back with a thump. He seemed as content to stand as to walk, or at least as uncaring. Treyal was one of the last among us to go along the ways, Allah said softly. He came out as you see him. Will you touch him, Verin? Verin gave her a long look, then rose and strode to Treyal. He did not move as she laid her hands on his wide chest, not even a flicker of an eye to acknowledge her touch. With a sharp hiss, she jerked back, staring up at him, then whirled to face the elders. He is empty. This body lives, but there is nothing inside it. Nothing. Every elder wore a look of unbearable sadness. Nothing, one of the elders to Allah's right said softly. Her eyes seemed to hold all the pain Treyal's no longer could. No mind, no soul. Nothing of Treyal remains but his body.
He was a fine tree singer,
one of the men sighed. Allah motioned, and the 2 women turned Treyal to lead him out. They had to move him before he began to walk. We know the risks, Verin said, but whatever the risks, we must follow the Horn of Valir. The eldest nodded.
Bruh, crazy. Poor Treyal, man. Like, Treyal had no chance against the Machin Shin. He had no chance, for real. Like, what else was he gonna like, bro? I'm happy that we got to see what the effects are of that, right? I'm happy we got to see that because they definitely, up until now, we just knew that it was scary, but we didn't know what the actual effects of this was, and now we do, and the effects are tremendously just, they're terrible, man. They are terrible. They're terrible and terrifying. Okay. Remove $0. What? Okay. We'll figure that out soon. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, LBF. I will not forget. And I love that they are all rocking for Loyal because she's like, yo, Loyal is not going with you. You know, she's like, Loyal is not going with you. And then, of course, what does that all end with? We do need him. He's our friend. And then Alar looks at Rand and says, Varen says you are Taviran, and I can feel it in you. That I can do so means that you must be very strongly Taviran indeed, for such talents ever run weakly in us. Have you drawn Loyal, son of Arendt, son of Halan, into Tamaral Island? Tamaral Island? Tamaral Island. Tamaral Island. Is that right? Tamaral Island? I think that's right. But I might be butchering that. I'm sorry if I am. The web of the pattern weaves around you. And then she's like, you will look after him, and when the weaving is done, you will see that he comes home safely to steading Shangtai. And he says, I will. It felt like it had the feeling of a commitment, the swearing of an oath. And I don't know why, but I was just like, let's go. Like right there, I was ready for it. And then they tell Loyal about that. Loyal gets all, he gets all embarrassed with the rosy cheeks and stuff when they find out about everything. And then Perrin is like, he's like telling Matt to leave Loyal alone because Matt, of course, is making fun of Loyal. And then he goes, nobody ever said Matt was handsome. He's just jealous. That's not true, Matt said. Nasa Aylin thinks I'm handsome. She told me so more than once. Is Nessa pretty? Loyal asked. She has a face like a goat. Yo, the way I was rolling. Like, why? Why did he do him like that? Like, why? He's so disrespectful for that, yo. And then I love that Rand for a moment. I love how they all just for a moment get into the flow of that natural banter between them as being genuine friends, as being brothers. That's really what they are. They are bros. They're brothers in every meaning of what that could hold. And it's just awesome to see them being able to kind of finally banter a little bit. But then reality comes a knocking.
Soldiers and the pack horses just before Alar pointed and said, "It is over there." The banter died. Rand felt a momentary surprise. The waygate had to be outside the steading. The ways had begun with the one power. They could not have been made inside. But there was nothing to indicate they had crossed the boundary. Then he realized there was a difference. The sense of something lost that he had felt since entering the steading was gone. That gave him another sort of chill. saidin was there again, waiting. Allah led them past a tall oak, and there, in a small clearing, stood the big slab of the waygate, the front of it delicately worked in tightly woven vines and leaves from 100 different plants. Around the edge of the clearing, the Ogier had built a low stone coping that seemed as if it had grown there, suggesting a circle of roots. The look of it made Rand uncomfortable. It took him a moment to realize that the roots suggested were those of bramble and briar, burning leaf and itch oak, not the sort of plants into which anyone would want to stumble. The eldest stopped short of the coping. "The wall is meant to warn away any who comes here, not that many of us do. I myself will not cross it. But you may." Juin did not go as close as she did. He kept rubbing his hands on the front of his coat and would not look at the waygate. "Thank you," Verin told her. "The need is great, or I would not have asked it." Rand tensed as the Aes Sedai stepped over the coping and approached the waygate. Loyal took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Uno and the rest of the soldiers shifted in their saddles and loosened swords in their scabbards. There was nothing along the ways against which a sword would be any use, but it was something to convince themselves they were ready. Only Ingtar and the Aes Sedai seemed calm. Even Allah gripped her skirt with both hands. Verin plucked the Avendosora leaf, and Rand leaned forward intently. He knew an urge to assume the void, to be where he could reach saidin if he needed to. The greenery carved across the waygate stirred in an unfelt breeze, leaves fluttering as a gap opened down the centre of the mass and the two halves began to swing open. Rand stared at the first crack. There was no dull, silvery reflection behind it. Only blackness blacker than pitch. "Close it!" he shouted. "The black wind! Close it!" Verin took one startled look and thrust the three-pointed leaf back in among all the varied leaves already there. It stayed when she took her hand away and backed toward the coping. As soon as the Avendosora leaf was back in its place, the waygate immediately began to close. The crack disappeared, vines and leaves merging, hiding the blackness of Machinshin, and the waygate was only stone again, if stone carved in a nearer semblance of life than seemed possible. Allah let out a shuddering breath. "Machinshin. So close." "It didn't try to come out," Rand said. Juin made a strangled sound. "I have told you," Verin said. "The black wind is a creature of the ways. It cannot leave them." She sounded calm, but she still wiped her hands on her skirt. Rand opened his mouth, then gave it up. "And yet," she went on, "I wonder at it being here, first in Cairien, now here. I wonder." She gave Rand a sidelong glance that made him jump. The look was so quick that he did not think anyone else noticed it, but to Rand it seemed to connect him with the black wind.
I love Verin. I'm not gonna lie. I think Verin is one of my favorite Aes Sedai, you guys. She's my favorite Aes Sedai. I don't even think I know. She is my favorite Aes Sedai. I have loved Verin's interactions with every character that she has interacted with. I love it. Every single time she talks to somebody, every single time she deals with anyone, I love the interaction time and time again. Yo, seriously, she's amazing. Especially for those small moments like what just happened, where it's just like, she's like, and Rand's like, did she just look at me? And then usually it's only Perrin that be like, did she just look at him? You know what I mean? I love that dynamic. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. But yeah, man, it sucks to find out that the ways belong to the Shadow now. But guess what? The portal stones are still there, and they talk about how they have not been used since the Age of Legends. And Verin's like, the brown Aja knows many things, and she's like, yo, there's a portal stone nearby, actually. Like, and I'm not surprised there's a portal stone nearby. And because it's a steading, like, not, I like the way it's set up because it's like, yeah, that makes sense that that's there because they're probably everywhere and people don't know how to use them. It's like the monoliths, right? There's like monoliths all over the world. There's all these type of things everywhere, you know? And I just really appreciate that. Yeah, and then Varen's like, all right, well, we wasted too much time, so let's get to it. Let's get to it. And that is chapter 36. And I loved me some chapter 36, for real. It was a lovely chapter. Rosamund Pike performing in front of her mom. Her mom is like an opera singer or something, I think. Oh, you're trying to help out Mari Sue in her dirty thoughts. Yeah. Nice try. I have a cool mom, but she ain't that cool. My mom isn't a professional singer, but she can definitely nail a Whitney Houston song. I wouldn't want to do that in front of my mom either. Oh, y'all was standing on the mom thing, huh? All right, that's fine. That's fine. I will say that is something I never thought about closely enough. What did Varen do here if she is supposed to be caught off from... Oh, yeah. Like, there is nothing that Varen can do if she's, cut off from the power. It's over. It's over. It's donezo. I can't imagine being vegetative like that when you're an Ogier who lives for hundreds of years. Just put me out of my misery. And they made it seem like he just kind of walks around aimlessly sometimes. And now that is extremely sad. Like, that is extremely sad. Just when you thought maybe Machin Shin isn't all bad. Facts. I have an idea, but won't learn about those things for a number of books. Okay. I don't think it has to do with the one power. Shiriam does something similar in book 3 in front of the girls, and they mention seeing... I don't know what you're talking about. You can't get blood from a stone. I probably have 0 now. Yo, if you guys put an exclamation point wallet, you'll be able to find out how many Marvel books you have. I was thinking it might be a place you draw water from. I bet he meant she has a face of the greatest of all time. Nah, LBF, that's definitely not what she meant. Yeah, the goat face girl, R.I.P. to her. The Trollocs spared her because they thought she was one of them. That's crazy. Yo. That's hilarious. I love how there's all this buildup to the Waygate and they can't even use it. Exactly. That is hilarious. Like, psych, you're out of here, buddy. We definitely got to stop and talk about this. What do you think is going on here? Wait, what part did you say this at? What part did you say this at? Because I'm not sure. Waygates, been there, done that, and brought the t-shirts. We need something new. Facts. Fast travel is cut off. Time for the emergency backup fast travel. For real. And it's something that has been put forth before. And I love the fact that it comes with issues. Varen is a stellar choice for favorite Aes Sedai, to be honest. Yo, she's awesome, Charisse. She's, like, amazing. I really love every interaction I've seen her in. It's made me feel more and more comfortable with her. Varen is definitely one of the most fun Aes Sedai you've met so far. I agree with that, because I know there has to be hella that I haven't met yet, so... Baron's a top 3 for sure. I'll have tea with her anytime. Hey, I appreciate that. She has the prattling old granny routine down. Always good to have an Ogier and or brown sister around when you need to explain something. Oh. Okay, quick side note. How do you feel about stuff like that? Like, do you like having a character that is there solely to explain stuff, or would you rather find stuff out through the characters, you know? Because, like, I think, like, immediately my thoughts go to Avatar The Last Airbender, right? They don't know everything. Aang knows a lot because he's so old, but he missed out on a lot because he wasn't there, which Katara and Sokka kind of make up for. But they inevitably are always going to an older person or someone that does have the knowledge to kind of help them fill in the gaps. As to where in this kind of story, right, they kind of know all of the information already because of how intellectual certain characters are in their own right, and they're able to piece together their own information. So what type of vibe do you like more? Do you like, or does it just not matter to you? Definitely. Personally, I don't think I'd like Varen's taste in tea. She probably drinks some wild tea. Or she probably drinks the blandest teas ever. Like, shit with no flavor. Like, literally just loose leaves. And nothing but that. Not like any of the other things that are capable, but just straight up just leaves. Just hot leaf juice. That's what she doesn't drink tea. She drinks hot leaf juice. You know what I mean? Old people have weird tastes. What? I think Varen has great taste in tea, but she puts too much honey and such in it. Oh, I don't think she does anything like that. Y'all balling with the Marvel Bucks. Damn, Marisu. What's wrong with the Waygate? Oh, okay. I think the Waygate is... Well, I mean, I think they even say it at some point. Rand's like, I believe he says, did Fane like make the Machin Shin follow me around? And I feel like there is something very, very connected between Rand and everything, like the one power period. So think about it like this, right? You're not supposed to be able to... Oh! Whoa! Okay, alright, okay. Here's my thoughts. Are we ready? Here are my thoughts. Rand is oozing greatness. No Diddy. Like, my first theory is this. Rand thinks he's not tapping into the one power all the time, but he is, type of vibe. And he's kind of exerting the one power, you know? In my book, there is a way to not let the one power, like not let, you know, your energy go everywhere, but you kind of lock it in your body and able to harness it without letting it just flow into the universe. I think unknowingly Rand is letting his energy kind of flow into the universe. And when you're in the ways, if you use the one power, the Machin Shin will find you. So I think Rand is just so powerful that the Machin Shin is literally always following him, no matter what Waygate he goes to, because he's just oozing awesomeness. That's the thing. That's the only thing I can kind of think of at this moment, and especially because when we go later on to when we go back to the ways in the next chapters, when we go there, right? It's like, hey. Nothing's wrong with them. Nothing happens to them. And I think that's because, again, Rand is just oozing that one power, possibly even on a multi-dimensional level or a multi-plane level, that no matter where he goes, it's just oozing from him. And so it's like, bruv, it's going to be there wherever he goes. That's just all I can think of at this moment. I think a character that can explain stuff can be a useful tool at the right time, but shouldn't be their main thing. And maybe spread it out between characters that can info dump at times. Okay, so like how it is like with Varen and Loyal, because they kind of share the info dumping, right? Oops. It's not just one type of info dumping the entire time. I like when the knowledgeable character isn't infallible. Like the Brown Aja and Ogier may have studied everything available on a topic, but it doesn't mean they've got a perfect understanding of it. That's a good point. That is a really good point, actually. I like that a lot. Crazy how Moiraine and her party barely made it out of the Waygate, but Fane somehow followed them anyway in book 1. How'd he get past the Machin Shin? I do believe that this has something to do with like the Dark Friends and the Okay. So there is obviously a missing piece here, right? This is the thing that I love the most, right? Is that the missing piece, in my humble opinion, is the fact that everyone is kind of assuming that Saidin is the negative force to the Saidar's positive force, but in my opinion, there are positive and negative there are both polarizations of energies for both Saidin and Saidar. It's just how the wielder chooses to wield it, right? So there is a okay, so we have the 1 power, that's what we call it. So there is a 0 power, for the lack of better words. Like, I feel like there is the 0 power that the Dark One is really tapping into the most and is really like utilizing for himself. And I feel like the same thing goes for Leandrin later on when she also uses the ways. Because I just feel like when you become a Dark Friend, whenever you use your powers for the dark side or whatever, you know, like that, like something has to be going on there. Something has to be going on there. And Fane himself, I just feel like Fane is not using Saidin or Saidar, but he's using the 0 power. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but that's how I feel about that. Like, I just feel like Fane, especially every time we've seen him doing something, I'm pretty sure he didn't he murder a Dark Friend at one point and nail it to a door? Like, I just don't feel like he's using the Saidin or Saidar for that. You feel me? I feel like it, whatever that other thing is that we just haven't, well, I haven't had introduced to me yet, you know? It depends on the story. If only a few people would know something about what's going on, you need one of them there to explain it, or explain it afterwards. Okay, but would you... Okay, I see what you're saying. So, if they're there, they should explain it. If they're not there, then they should, you know, when we get to them, they should explain it. At some point, we need it explained. Depends on the situation. For skill, I prefer to experience it with the people, but have no problem getting lore dumps from knowledgeable people. Okay. I dig that. I like RJ's philosophy. If the characters in the world couldn't possibly know something, he wouldn't explain it to the readers either. He didn't like third person omniscient POV. How do you guys feel about third person omniscient pig? How do you guys feel about OmniPig? One in the chat if you guys are not. One in the chat if you like OmniPig. 2 in the chat if you don't. Just got to remember you can't trust what people say. They could be mistaken or straight up lying. That's true. That's hella true, actually. Omnipig is the true villain. Omnipig is now on the level of Hypnotoad, in my opinion. Omnipig is what it is forever. Didn't we learn in book 1 that Fane didn't get past the Black Wind? It ran from him? Yes! That's a good point. That's a good point, KP. And I go back to saying the zero power, bro. I just feel like that zero power is something completely different. I don't know what it is yet, but I just feel like it's that zero power thing. Omnipig is Omni-Man in another universe. You got Spider-Pig and Omnipig. Let's go. Omnipig does whatever, and Omnipig does. Is that what Moiraine picked up from him? I forgot that. The whole touched by both Shaitan and Mashadar evils. Saidin, Saidar, Cypherin. Guess which power Fane has? I don't know what the hell Cypherin is. Do I? Do I know what Cypherin is? I feel like that's the first time I've ever seen that word in my life. OMG, Omnipig is gonna be a thing, isn't it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Marisu. Omnipig is a thing from here on out. Like, Omnipig is a thing. Omnipig is a freaking thing. Let me like Omnipig is a thing. I'm trying to decipher what ciphering is. That sentence made my brain hurt. Mashadar was the evil mist from Shadar Logoth. Oh, okay. Is that also this? Okay, because all of that evil stuff also is connected to something wild that has nothing to do with the one power, right? Like, that's the zero power shit too, isn't it? Isn't all of that connected in their own metaphysics that we just haven't had explained to us? Like the dagger, Shadar Logoth, Machinshan, like all of that. Isn't all of... I'm getting frustrated. Can he swing from the ways? No, he can't. He's a pig. Look out. I always thought that Saitan should be a thing. The power of Shaitan. Ooh. Saitan. I like that. Stealing it. Thank you. No, I'm just like... Am I? I always think of Natas. That's what I always think. Like Natas. I love the word Natas, and I just don't think Natas is used enough. I think I have to put that in my stuff, you know? Because Natas is just hard. Because I mean, Shaitan is obviously Satan, right? But it's like, where is the Natas at? But I am a sucker for words backwards. Not gonna lie to you. Not gonna lie to you. But all right. I am excited to get into these next chapters. This is where it's about to go down, you guys. If you haven't already, make sure you drop a like on the stream, because it's about to get flicky up in here. Okay, it's about to get real flicky up in these parts, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope you're ready to flicker on. Doop, 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 doop. Okay. And before we start flicking, go get you some snick. I don't know.
Hi, my name is Dominique Pruitt, and I started Don's Bon Gourmet Popcorn LLC in the summer of 2021 to introduce delicious and unique flavored popcorn not found anywhere else in the world. Why, you ask? Because I make it in my home with love, just for you. We offer over 10 flavors and are continuously creating new flavors that can be customized to any color or taste for your next event, party, or fundraiser. So go find yourself to our website and find a bombastic flavor of popcorn at donsbombgourmetpopcorn.com, or you can also follow us on Instagram or Facebook at Don's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn.
Make sure y'all flick the like button. Make sure y'all flick the like button as we get into
Chapter 37. What Might Be.
What Might Be. Now, you guys already know, I talked about it last time. I think them calling these other worlds ifs are fantastic. Like, they are fantastic. For real, for real. Good jeez, Lord. And at the beginning of this chapter, for everything that happened before, I was like, I put all of this better be in season 3 in big letters and underlined it 3 times because I just feel like we have been robbed, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like we've been robbed from the show. Like this section made me very mad at the show. I'm not gonna lie. And every section leading up to this did make me a little bit mad at the show. But, oh man, like this. Wow. This had me just pressed. I'm not gonna lie to you. And then we find out that, you know, like from Alar, that they found the portal stone many years ago, but it seemed to resist being moved, so it stayed in that one place. They just put it upright versus the other stones that were not upright. I don't know if that has anything to do with what happened with what happens next, but all I know is those other portal stones were not, you know, they were not like this one. And then Varen is like, yo, you said that you would be riding to Shao Ghul if need be to recover the horn, so you're gonna hold back now with this? And Itar's like, what? Bro put some, you know, he said it with his chest. Said, I hold back at nothing. Take us to Tomenhead or take us to Shao Ghul. If the Horn of Valir lies at the end, I will follow you. Like, bro, this is something I love. The sense of honor is something I feel is so dead in media now. Like, we don't see characters that are willing to die for honor like that. You know what I mean? Like, to die for their honor or die for the oaths that they take in the same way. Like, it's okay that we don't, because I understand that is kind of like an old words, please. You know, an older way of thinking or whatever. But, like, yo, like when it's like this, like, yo, what? I'm going to find the Horn of Valir no matter what. Like, they are on the great hunt for real. Like, they are really hunting for that thing. And then, yo, this part had me rolling. Rand says, "You have been transported by a portal." No. I mean, Varen says, Rand, you have been transported by a portal stone more recently than I have. Come with me. And then he's like, you've used a portal stone? So then you don't mean for me to. And she immediately turns around and says, I have never used a portal stone. That is why your use is more recent than mine. Really? Really? That's what we're doing? Are you serious? Are you serious? Like, come on, Baron. What are we doing? Margin. I hate Aes Sedai. I hate Aes Sedai. Because they will play you on some bullshit right there. And then we find out about Seraphel. Because Varian tells them that the symbols are aids in getting to other worlds. Seraphel always told her that there are more books that we believe lost than I could credit waiting to be found. The symbols on the top half of the stone stand for worlds. Not all the worlds that might be, of course, apparently. Not every stone connects to every world. And the Aes Sedai of the Age of Legends believed that there were possible worlds no stones at all touched. So you find the right symbol, you find the right place. And then she asks him, I'm not a gambler. Are you a gambler? And he's like, nah, Matt's more of a gambler than me, always thinking about his boys. And then she just tells him, like, these are not all the worlds studied, but the only ones for which I know the symbols. I don't know what any of these worlds are like. And the others, where a day is a year, there are supposed to be worlds where the very air could kill us. I would not speculate on what might happen, but you must choose. And as my father would have said, it's time to roll the dice. And then he's like, I could kill us all for whatever I choose. For the Horn of Valir, for Matt, are you not willing to risk that? Whoa! Spit that shit. Spit that shit. He knew no one had come any closer, but he looked anyway. Sometimes Sidene is just there. I can feel it, but it might as well be on the moon as far as touching it. And even if it does work, what if I take us someplace we can't breathe? What good will that do? Matt, or the horn? You are the dragon reborn, she said quietly. Oh, you can die, but I don't think the pattern will let you die until it is done with you. Then again, the shadow lies on the pattern, and who can say how that affects the weaving? I am Randolph Thor. I am not the dragon reborn. I won't be a false dragon. You are what you are. Will you choose, or will you stand here until your friend dies? Ho, ho, ho. Snap. Oh, snap. Are you going to choose, or are you just going to stand here until your friend dies? You tell me. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for.
She threw back her cloak and put her hands on the column, but Rand saw her watching him from the corner of her eye. He was aware of nervous coughing and throat clearing from the men around the stone, a curse from Uno at someone hanging back, a weak joke from Matt, a loud gulp from Loyal. He took the void. It was so easy now. The flame consumed fear and passion and was gone almost before he thought to form it. Gone, leaving only emptiness. And shining Sidene, sickening, tantalizing, stomach-turning, seductive. He
that's
reached
right
for
there.
it. And it filled him, made him alive. He did not move a muscle, but he felt as if he were quivering with the rush of the one power into him. The symbol formed itself, an arrow piercing a circle, floating just beyond the void, as hard as the stuff it was carved on. He let the one power flow through him to the symbol. The symbol shimmered, flickered. "Something is happening," Verin said. "Something." The world flickered. The iron lock spun across the farmhouse floor, and Rand dropped the hot tea kettle as a huge figure with ram's horns on its head loomed in the doorway with the darkness of winter night behind it. "Run!" Tam shouted. His sword flashed and the Trolloc toppled, but it grappled with Tam as it fell, pulling him down. More crowded in at the door, black mailed shapes with human faces distorted with muzzles and beaks and horns, oddly curved swords stabbing at Tam as he tried to struggle to his feet, spiked axes swinging, red blood on steel. "Father!" Rand screamed. Clawing his belt knife from its sheath, he threw himself over the table to help his father and screamed again as the first sword ran through his chest. Blood bubbled up into his mouth and a voice whispered inside his head, "I have won again, Luz Therin." Flicker. Rand struggled to hold the symbol, dimly aware of Verin's voice. "Is not." The power flooded. Flicker. Rand was happy after he married Egwene, and tried not to let the moods take him, the times when he thought there should have been something more, something different. News of the world outside came into the Two Rivers with peddlers and merchants come to buy wool and tobacco, always news of fresh troubles, of wars and false dragons everywhere. There was a year when neither merchants nor peddlers came, and when they returned the next, they brought word that Arthur Hawkwing's armies had come back, or their descendants at least. The old nations were broken, it was said, and the world's new masters, who used chained Aes Sedai in their battles, had torn down the White Tower and salted the ground where Tar Valon had stood. There were no more Aes Sedai. It all made little difference in the Two Rivers. Crops still had to be planted, sheep sheared, lambs tended. Tam had grandsons and granddaughters to dandle on his knee before he was laid to rest beside his wife. And the old farmhouse grew new rooms. Egwene became wisdom, and most thought she was even better than the old wisdom Nynaeve Almira had been. It was as well she was, for her cures that worked so miraculously on others were only just able to keep Rand alive from the sickness that constantly seemed to threaten him. His moods grew worse, blacker, and he raged that this was not what was meant to be. Egwene grew frightened when the moods were on him, for strange things sometimes happened when he was at his bleakest. Lightning storms she had not heard listening to the wind, wildfires in the forest. But she loved him, and cared for him and kept him sane, though some muttered that Rand al'Thor was crazy and dangerous. When she died, he sat alone for long hours by her grave, tears soaking his grey-flecked beard. His sickness came back, and he wasted. He lost the last 2 fingers on his right hand and one on his left. His ears looked like scars, and men muttered that he smelled of decay. His blackness deepened. Yet when the dire news came, none refused to accept him at their side. Trollocs and Fades and things undreamed of had burst out of the blight, and the world's new masters were being thrown back for all the powers they wielded. So Rand took up the bow he had just fingers enough left to shoot, and limped with those who marched north to the River Tyron, men from every village, farm and corner of the Two Rivers, with their bows and axes and boar spears, and swords that had lain rusting in attics. Rand wore a sword, too, with a heron on the blade, that he had found after Tam died, though he knew nothing of how to use it. Women came, too, shouldering what weapons they could find, marching alongside the men. Some laughed, saying they had the strange feeling they had done this before. And at the Tyron, the people of the Two Rivers met the invaders. Endless ranks of Trollocs led by nightmare Fades beneath a dead black banner that seemed to eat the light. Rand saw that banner, and thought the madness had taken him again, for it seemed that this was what he had been born for, to fight that banner. He sent every arrow at it, straight as his skill and the void would serve, never worrying about the Trollocs forcing their way across the river, or the men and women dying to either side of him. It was one of those trollocs that ran him through, before it loped, howling for blood, deeper into the two rivers. And as he lay on the bank of the Tarn, watching the sky seem to grow dark at noon, breath coming ever slower, he heard a voice say, "I have won again, Lewis Theron." Flicker. The arrow and circle contorted into parallel wavy lines, and he fought it back again. Verin's voice. Right. Something? The power raged. Flicker. Tam tried to console Rand when Egwene took sick and died just a week before their wedding. Nynaeve tried too, but she was shaken herself, since for all her skill she had no idea what it was that had killed the girl. Rand had sat outside Egwene's house while she died, and there seemed to be nowhere in Emond's Field he could go that he did not still hear her screaming. He knew he could not stay. Tam gave him a sword with a heron-mark blade, and though he explained little of how a shepherd in the two rivers had come by such a thing, he taught Rand how to use it. On the day Rand left, Tam gave him a letter he said might get Rand taken into the army of Ilian, and hugged him and said, "I've never had another son, or wanted another. Come back with a wife, like I did, if you can, boy. But come back, in any
Crazy
case."
thing to say to your son when his wife just died.
Rand had his money stolen in Baerlon, though, and his letter of introduction, and almost his sword, and he met a woman called Min who told him such crazy things about himself that he finally left the city to get away from her. Eventually his wanderings brought him to Caemlyn, and there his skill with the sword earned him a place in the Queen's Guards. Sometimes he found himself looking at the daughter heir, Elaine, and at such times he was filled with odd thoughts that this was not the way things were supposed to be, that there should be something more to his life. Elaine did not look at him, of course. She married a Tyran prince, though she did not seem happy in it. Rand was just a soldier, once a shepherd from a small village so far toward the western border that only lines on a map any longer truly connected it to Andor. Besides, he had a dark reputation as a man of violent moods. Some said he was mad, and in ordinary times perhaps not even his skill with the sword would have kept him in the guard, but these were not ordinary times. False dragons sprang up like weeds. Every time one was taken down, two more proclaimed themselves, or three, till every nation was torn by war. And Rand's star rose, for he had learned the secret of his madness, a secret he knew he had to keep, and did. He could channel. There were always places, times, in a battle, when a little channeling, not big enough to be noticed in the confusion, could make luck. Sometimes it worked, this channeling, and sometimes not, but it worked often enough. He knew he was mad, and did not care. A wasting sickness came on him, and he did not care about that either, and neither did anyone else, for word had come that Arthur Hawkwing's armies had returned to reclaim the land. Rand led 1,000 men when the Queen's Guards crossed the Mountains of Mist. He never thought of turning aside to visit the two rivers. He seldom thought of the two rivers at all anymore. And he commanded the guard when the shattered remnants retreated back across the mountains. The length of Andor he fought and fell back, amid hordes of fleeing refugees, until at last he came to Caemlyn. Many of the people of Caemlyn had fled already, and many counselled the army to retreat further. But Elaine was queen now, and vowed she would not leave Caemlyn. She would not look at his ruined face, scarred by his sickness, but he could not leave her, and so what was left of the Queen's Guards prepared to defend the Queen while her people ran. The power came to him during the battle for Caemlyn, and he hurled lightning and fire among the invaders and split the earth under their feet. Yet the feeling came again, too, that he had been born for something else. For all he did, there were too many of the enemy to stop, and they also had those who could channel. At last, a lightning bolt hurled Rand from the palace wall, broken, bleeding, and burned, and as his last breath rattled in his throat, he heard a voice whisper, "I have won again, Luz Therin." Flicker. Rand struggled to hold the void as it quivered under the hammer blows of the world flickering, to hold the one symbol as 1,000 of them darted along the surface of the void. He struggled to hold on to any one symbol. "He's wrong!" Verin screamed. The power was everything. Flicker, 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 flicker. He was a soldier, he was a shepherd, he was a beggar, and a king. He was farmer, gleeman, sailor, carpenter. He was born, lived, and died an Aiel. He died mad, he died rotting, he died of sickness, accident, age. He was executed, and multitudes cheered his death. He proclaimed himself the dragon reborn, and flung his banner across the sky. He ran from the power and hid. He lived and died, never knowing. He held off the madness and the sickness for years. He succumbed between 2 winters. Sometimes Moraine came and took him away from the 2 rivers, alone or with those of his friends who had survived winter night. Sometimes she did not. Sometimes other Aes Sedai came for him. Sometimes the Red Aja. Egwene married him. Egwene, stern-faced in the stole of the Amelin seat, led the Aes Sedai who gentled him. Egwene, with tears in her eyes, plunged a dagger into his heart, and he thanked her as he died. He loved other women, married other women. Elaine and Min and a fair-haired farmer's daughter met on the road to Caemlyn, and women he had never seen before he lived those lives. 100 lives. More. So many he could not count them. And at the end of every life, as he lay dying, as he drew his final breath, a voice whispered in his ear, "I have won again, Luz Therin." Flicker, 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 flicker. The void vanished. Contact with Sidene fled, and Rand fell with a thud that would have knocked the breath out of him if he had not already been half numb. He felt rough stone under his cheek and his hands. It was cold. He was aware of Verin, struggling from her back to hands and knees. He heard someone vomit roughly, and raised his head. Uno was kneeling on the ground, scrubbing the back of his hand across his mouth. Everyone was down, and the horses stood stiff-legged and quivering, eyes wild and rolling. Ingtar had his sword out, gripping the hilt so hard the blade shook, staring at nothing. Loyal sat sprawled, wide-eyed and stunned. Matt was huddled in a ball with his arms wrapped around his head, and Perrin had his fingers dug into his face as if he wanted to rip away whatever he had seen, or perhaps rip out the eyes that had seen it. None of the soldiers were any better. Massima wept openly, tears streaming down his face, and Hurin was looking around as if for a place to run. "What?" Rand stopped to swallow. He was lying on rough, weathered stone half buried in the dirt. "What happened?" "A surge of the One Power." The Aes Sedai tottered to her feet and pulled her cloak tight with a shiver. "It was as if we were being forced. Pushed. It seemed to come out of nowhere. You must learn to control it. You must. That much of the power could burn you to a cinder. Verin,
Bro, how everything is just so insane, so powerful, so strong. There's so many things happening and going on. Oh my God, what an insane just segment that was right there. Like, sheesh. Even when I was just reading this, it was just so powerful. Just, he's living so many lives, reminiscent of the same thing that Nynaeve just had went through in her own trials, right? When she went through her trials, it was something like this, but she only went through one life, right? And she had so many scars. And that's what you have to go through to be an Aes Sedai, right? Like, one of the things, like, that's one of your initiations into being Aes Sedai. He went through hella different lives, and everyone there went through different lives of their own too. What? What? Like, whoa. This shit is crazy, bro. I couldn't believe it. Like, just coming out of that, it was just, what is going on? And then guess what? And then guess what happens? We find out we were in there for 4 months. What type of what is happening? What's going on? 4 months. Four months. And she's like, you gotta help. You gotta let me help you. You gotta let me guide you. Bro, what are you talking about? Let you help him and guide him. You didn't even know what the hell was going on. How you gonna help, Varen? You don't even know what he doing. You don't even know what he's supposed to do. It's autumn. Baby, it's autumn. And the first thing I put is OMG Eggy. What is going to happen to our girl Egwene in this time? That's immediate. That's the first thing I put in the margin. And we find out what happens to Eggy very quickly. Yo, chapter 37 was honestly wild and insane. I could not believe it. Sayeye. What? Flick it for some fun. I want to hear Rosamund flick. I want to hear her too, but I also want Sensei to hear Michael Kramer. Is there a specific, do you want me to hear just where it's the flick, where they're saying flicker over and over and over and over and over again, or that entire passage? The Safehold series has Saijin, which is ninjas backwards. I love stuff like that so much. I love it. Most of us were hoping for a flicker scene. Fingers crossed we get something similar in 3. Yeah, I can't believe we didn't get that. We got a little with the naive test and match trip, but yeah, we need more. Yeah. I forgot about Mike's spiked punch. Yeah, for real. It's an old-fashioned idea, but like Nick Fury said, maybe we could use a little of that. Yeah. Neil Young described Portal Stones best when he said, words between the lines of if. Yeah. Words between the lines of if is a beautiful way to explain anything. If is beautiful. I love if. Varen straight up lawyered him with the, you've used a Portal Stone more recently than me. Yeah, straight up lawyered. We did meet Seraphel. I remember that. RJ took Portal Stones from Robert Heinlein. Oh. My understanding of Wheel of Time metaphysics is now complete. It's sci-fi, not fantasy. The creator is the scientist who built the simulation. The pattern is the self-correcting AI that's maintaining it. Ooh. The dark one is the error in code building up. Flickers are past runs of the simulation. Omnipig is who is viewing the simulation and providing the omniscient POV. So what you're saying is Omnipig sees everything. Okay. All right, OmniPig. He sees all, knows all. He sees all, knows all. Watch him. So OmniPig is not the creator. More like the experiencer. Yeah, he's the experiencer of... Yes. Right? Because... Okay, well... Third person... I need a lesson on POVs again. Cause I know first person is that person talking, third person is someone else, like someone else basically narrating the thing, and then omniscient is like everybody's POV. Right? If you haven't seen this promo that came out in April, you can see it now that you've read this far. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know if they posted it anywhere but on Twitter. Not sure what you're talking about, but I'll maybe go look at it. Maybe. There in his backseat channeling. You're doing it wrong. For sure he was, though. I believe in the Age of Legends, there was a prophecy that the OmniPig, shout out to OmniPig yet again, that the OmniPig would one day watch the history of time and provide new prophecies for the next turning. Oh, okay. So OmniPig is viewing the weaving. I feel that. I win again, Loose Theron. So OmniPig is the WoTcher, basically. This sequence is crazy because not only do you get insight into how RJ could have written the story, but the characters get insight into what could happen too. It's not just the reader. That's something that's super powerful because we don't see things like that happen a lot. We don't see those POVs. We don't see those things be understood by more than one person, you know? And I'm really interested in seeing how all of their POVs that they saw keep, haunting them. As someone who's read the entire series, I can't help but wonder which Tyran prince she married. Almost doesn't matter. My vote is the one that begins with an N. Ooh, imagine it was W. No, Charisse. I hope you guys are having fun with all your little secret talk. Sensei will remember none of this, unfortunately. Hey, forget all of you guys with your votes for N and W for the Tyran princes. What the heck? You're literally talking in code. This is my favorite part. This is an absolutely stunning, amazing part. For real, yeah. It's more. Whoa, Rosamund Pike did her thing. Basically, Rand can be any and all professions, and it just doesn't matter, even whether he proclaims himself the dragon or doesn't, or really anything he can think of. He does not win. Kind of harsh. Yeah, that's true. I understand what you're saying. Uno scrubbing his hand across his mouth. How many times did he get that Shan Chan horn treatment? Damn. Matt's trip was crazy. He betrayed Rand. He betrayed him multiple times. Probably killed him with the dagger. This was actually the worst and slowest fast travel. Literally. The worst possible case of fast travel in history. It's like Picard. The Inner Light episode of Star Trek where he lives an entire life but thousands of times in an instant or 4 months. Crazy. Yeah, that's just wild. This is why you don't trust channeling to a newbie. But I mean, she asked for this. There are 4 months. What? What do you mean there are 4 months? Good one, Cherie. I don't understand the joke. I hate summer. They just traveled faster than the speed of light, so it was only 4 months for the rest of the world. I mean, did they travel faster than the speed of light? Because technically they lived every life. So it took them 4 months to live those lives at the speed of light, right? Is that it? Okay, I guess I can understand. So at the speed of light, they lived thousands of lives in the span of 4 months. Okay, I can get behind that. Which is why Matt is still alive. I got you. Rand disappears from Eggy's dreams during this time. Yeah, I like that. Kramer's flicker reading is iconic. So is it of the entire thing or just in that short time, you know? Where did you get that? How did you get a picture for that so fast? What? Yo, shout out to OmniPig. Yo, he's always here with us. He's always watching over. Shout out to OmniPig. Get rid of that. That's hilarious. Now you should be able to add a link unless OmniPig isn't letting it happen. I don't know. OmniPig might be tripping. Who knows? You should be able to post the link, though. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to. I don't think you're in the Discord, Sharice. You could definitely drop it in there. Try replacing dots with spaces. I don't know. Omni, all-knowing. Oh, is that the only way that you can post links? I could have swore you guys have posted links before. LOL, 4 months is a Star Trek joke based on there are 4 lights. You had to watch that episode. Oh, yeah, I've literally never watched one single piece of Star Trek content in my life. Like, nothing. I've never watched a show, a movie, none of it. Never, ever, ever, ever in my life, ever. My favorite episode of Star Trek is the one that refers to Christians as sun worshippers. I like that. That's funny. That's definitely a double entendre. I appreciate double entendres. It's a double entendre. All right, ladies and gents and ladies. I don't know if y'all are ready, but I'm ready like Freddy to get into none other than our POV switch in
Chapter 38. Practice.
these last 3 chapters, man. They are it's a tough one, man. Sitting, we go into the girls' rooms and we find out they're all just kind of chilling. Nynaeve is pacing back and forth, angry about something as usual. we find out that they've basically just been kind of training and working for the last 4 months. I think they even go to the point of saying it's only been 3. They've only had 3 free days in the 4 months that they have been there. They also start talking about Galad and how freaking hot Galad is, and how everybody loves his hot bod, and how all the creepy old ladies are like watching him as a like, you know, work out and just kind of be a hot dude. I can definitely, you know, understand how hard that is to deal with. And then we see, you know, Min's talking about her ability and stuff. Oh, the door swings open. And then Elaine walks in, and she's talking about she says that King Galdrian is dead, and so it's a war of succession. So there's a Silver War, a war of succession, and we have the hunt for the freaking what's it called? Oh, War in Kyrian, War on Tomenhead, a false dragon in Saldea. Like, we just see all these crazy things going on. And then someone was talking about Archer Hawkqueen being marched through Tanchico, which I really think is actually talking about Archer Hawkqueen's people. And this is where we find out that Egwene has not been dreaming about Rand, and Anaya has been making her write all of her dreams down for weeks now. And she's been writing all of her dreams down, but nothing's really been happening. And she had a chill of just thinking that Rand might be weeping and wanting to die the same way that Logain did because he wasn't touching the one power, which is really wild, but it makes sense, you know? And then, of course, we have Nynaeve losing her shit for no apparent reason, as usual, and causing a whole, like, she basically knocked Min down and had the wind blow in, and she's like, yo, I'm sorry, Min. Like, and I'm like, holy shit, Nynaeve is powerful F. You know what I mean? Like, why is she so powerful? What the hell is going on? Like, literally, what's going on? OmniPig, do you know? Do you know why Nynaeve is so powerful? Rafa? Okay. You know, and it's just a lot going on here, you know? it was just crazy. It was just crazy. And they're like, and then of course this whole time Nynaeve and Elaine have been kind of tossing this ball like thing going back and forth, you know, and then they're trying to practice their not their magic, but they're practicing. I mean, I guess that's why this episode is called practice, right? They're practicing the whole time. They all share some heartfelt things about what scares them. A nice little bonding moment. Let's see. Oh, because we hear Egwene saying, it's all I can do to stop myself. I want all of it. I know it would burn me to a crisp, but I want it anyway. I just wish I wish you were more afraid. And that's what Nynaeve says about the one power, yo. That's how much she wants it. She wants it so bad, yo. She wants it so bad. And then Egwene tells her that she's terrified. Elaine says she's terrified of washing dishes. Elaine asks Min what she sees around them. Min's like, yo, I don't look at people we were friends about, that we're friends with, you know? Like, I need to be, like, chilling with my, not chilling. Like, I just want to chill with my friends. I don't want them to be, I don't want to have to see everything about them. I don't want to know what's going to happen next. I just want to chill and be friends. You know? She's like, I just want to chill and be friends. And I definitely understand that. I definitely understand that for sure. You know? It's like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want to do that? Let's see. So she squints at them and she's like, that's new. You're all in some kind of danger. And immediately I'm like, oh no! I'm like, no! Curses! I'm pretty sure I said last week, I'm like, yo, I can't believe we got through this whole book and we haven't had the whole Shan thing happen yet. I wonder if it's just gonna happen in the next book. How naive and foolish of me. How naive and foolish of me. What have I done? Super Pig, can you believe it? Oh, my goodness. I don't even want to continue. I'm distraught. We're going to pick up tomorrow. I'm distraught. And, you know, like clockwork, as they're talking about this, as they're having this conversation, as we are in the middle of discussing this, saying that they're in danger, something is weird going on, we need to be careful of the danger. Guess what? Guess who walks in? None other than goddamn Crimson fucking Chin herself. Okay? She walks in and immediately there are issues. Like, I'm like, come on, bro. Are we not? Guys, we're talking about dangerous close. We're talking about something dangerous is happening and you guys are paying no attention to it. Really? Like, really? Is this what we're doing? God, like I'm so frustrated with everybody just being so willing to, like, their loyalty and their honor for one another gets them in so many just issues that they should not need to get into. And it irks me. Like, it just irks my entire being, bro. So, Crimson Chin comes through, and, you know, she's like, yo, get up out of here. Well, yeah, she's like, yo, get up out of here. Oh, sometimes Min says sometimes it's useful to pass as a boy, and then Elaine says, no one who looks twice believes you're a boy. And I was like, hey. And then the door swung open, and a dark-eyed Aes Sedai with blonde hair done in a multitude of braids stepped into the room. It's the Crimson Chin. Min did not move, but Elaine rose, and the three standing curtsied. She questions why Nynaeve is there. And then guess what? Finally, bro, we have What is this girl's name? Finally, Nynaeve's suspiciousness and non-trustworthiness of anybody actually pays off, right? It finally pays off because she is like, yo, well, I mean, it really doesn't pay off at all, to be completely honest, but, you know, yeah. It doesn't pay off, but she's like, yo, what kind of trouble? Why do you care about helping them? What's going on? Da, 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 da. And then, of course, Egwene, though, she gonna help her man no matter what. Like, she gonna help her man. So she's like, no, we need to do this, da, 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 da. And Leandrin is like, yo, you might be accepted, but you are not a sister. You're still a child, and you better watch who you talking to. And Nynaeve is like, you still haven't told us what's going on, Leandrin Sedai. Margin, don't trust this bitch. You feel me? And then Leandrin tells, and then it's crazy how it's just crazy how we see Leandrin be a straight up wordsmith right here. I mean, a wordsmith to the highest degree, right? She is like weaving these words together in the best way possible. She says, we are not supposed to leave the tower grounds without permission. You have my permission. Tell no one. No one at all. The Black Aja walks the halls of the White Tower. Margin. Yeah, bitch, you. Like, you are the Black Aja. And then we get a little lore behind the Black Aja. The Black Aja is the opposite of everything the White Tower stands for. Nothing more, just a little bit of debt right there. The Black Aja will leave you alive and free to help them, you know? Do you think, that's what she says, do you think that they will do that? And then Egwene asks her, do you think she's lying? And then Nynaeve says, I'll wager my best silver pin against a blueberry that every word she said was true. And I'm like, I love little sayings like that are all in universe, you know? I love that. All I see is Marisu saying she's very observant. And you know what that makes me think of? I just saw I'm very observant in the chat. And that just made me think of our guy Omnipig, yo. Omnipig is super observant. Omnipig is so observant that he wants to throw a couple of Omnipigs in the chat so he can kind of keep an eye on what's going on. There you go. There you go. Shout out to Omnipig. And then, of course, we have the girls next door, Min and Elaine, just listening to everything that they were saying on the other side of the door. And they're like, yo, we're going with you. And Elaine says, if you three can go off and have an adventure, you needn't think I am going to stay here and wash dishes and scrub floors and have some accepted berating me because I didn't make the fire the exact shade of blue she wanted. If you leave Rand lying about loose, I might have the chance to pick him up. Like, yo, they're wildin'. And then as Min's leaning against the door, she squints at Elaine and she shakes her head. I think she has come to as much as the rest of you, us. I can see the danger around all of you more clearly now. Not clearly enough to make it out, but it is clearer because it's more certain. And it's like, hey, can we just, like, can we, like, hello? Like, that's how I felt at this moment. I'm like, hello? What's happening? Why are we not following any of the... What's going on? You know? That's all I could think is, why are we not following anything that's being said? Omnipig, get out of here, bro. Jesus. She is linked to those boys as much as you or Egwene or me. She's part of it, Nynaeve, whatever it is. Part of the pattern, I suppose an Aes Sedai would say. And it is so interesting. Like, that is so interesting, yo. I'm not gonna lie. That is so interesting to hear her even speak like an Aes Sedai and to hear her even know that that's going on, you know, to know that those are a part of what's happening. I just love that. And that is how we end chapter 38, ladies and gentlemen. I did like chapter 38 quite a bit. I think chapter 38 is I love chapters like that because we're able to experience, you know, we're able to experience more. We're able to experience more. I think I got bit just now or something. My wrist just started itching. So much more friendship and camaraderie being built between these lovely ladies. And I like all of these females in the show. So it's just, you know, it's just like, I don't know why we don't get to see all of these relationships. Like, they change the entire dynamic of characters in the show in such an interesting way. Staying on a lot of the similar plot beats, but overall changing the entire dynamic of the character and some of their development. You know? But yeah, how did you guys feel about chapter 38? Let me know. Voyager was one. Are y'all still talking about Star Trek? Okay, let me see how long, y'all. I would stay away from STDs if possible. What? I like seeing the pigs fly around the screen. Yeah, bro. Shout out to the pigs, bro. Shout out to Omnipig and his band of Omni Piggies. Shout out to the Omni Piggies. There we go. Omni Piggies assemble. I got you, KP. They talk about the one power like it's cocaine for real. They hooked on it. They be like, man, I just love it. It gives me so much energy. I'm pretty sure I successfully added a link to the April promo in Discord. Oh, let's go. Let me open Discord. This is only my second time ever using Discord. Hey, shout out to Reese. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for learning how to use Discord. You know, I ain't gonna, not trying to throw no shade to anybody else in here that may or may not be, using Discord. You know what I'm saying? Just, you know what I'm saying? Okay, I see it. Here we go. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. Oh, is this her reading it? Oh, Okay. We're going to save that. We're going to save that. I want you guys, for episode 10, I want to go through and watch all the different stuff like that, because episode 10 is going to be after we finish the book. So not next week, but the week after, we'll watch that and a bunch of other Wheel of Time stuff that you guys put together. I think everybody was talking about Wat Idol as well, and getting some spoiler-free things together for that too. And I definitely want to watch that Flickr thing in that one, for sure, because that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm so tempted to watch it right now, but I'm just going to stay away from it. But thank you for that, because I'm going to use that as reference. I see that Sadai in your name. You're not fooling me. You're not fooling me, dark friend. They're definitely scratching their necks like Tyrone Biggums from Chappelle's Show when they think about the one power. Chapped lips and all. Y'all are wildin'. Y'all are hella funny. A bunch of Ned Starks. The Crimson Chin sounds like a SpongeBob character. Mari Sue, what are you? Damn, girl, how old are you? Yo, Omni Piggies, can we get a check? Omni Piggies, can we get a check? It's a Fairly Odd Parents character. Thank you so much, Charisse. Shout out to Charisse. I feel like I know exactly how old you are now. Hey, ditto, Marisu. Ditto. Yo. And universe. Those are all just sayings in the South. Okay. I can understand that. How? Omni Piggy does all, knows all, and sees all, and can be everywhere. You do not question Omni Piggy. Omni Pig, excuse me. You do not question Omni Pig. Omni Pig questions you, and don't you forget it. I try to tell him, LBF. Bro, imagine instead of the light, the white cloaks were Omni Pig zealots. They are. They are piggy zealots. They are Ziggies. That was Omnizels. That sounds crazy. An Omnizel sounds like an ultra incel. Like, that is the final form of an incel, is an Omnicel, where they just hate on and despise every single thing even closely related to anything regarding a woman. Like, that is, the Omnicel is the final boss of the incels. Animal Farm is crazy. I still think Leandrin is cool, right? Since I can fix her. Facts. I don't think she's into men. I'm starting to close my eyes and got a 6-hour drive tomorrow. Hey, sleep well and wait, KP. I appreciate you for being here with us tonight, man. Night all. Catch you on the replay. I certainly walk in the light. Swearsies. You thought I forgot what you said, like on episode 3, huh? I remember. I'll go back and pull it up. People still watch SpongeBob. That don't make me old. No, it was because you didn't know who the Fairly Odd Parents is what made you old. Because that means you were old enough to not see that show when it came on TV because it was out of your age range. Do you understand what I'm saying? Imagine thinking SpongeBob is a show only small kids have seen and suddenly realizing how old it is just now. Not me, though. Just hypothetical. Yeah, I don't know if you guys are aware, but that show has been off air for years. So that show kind of does. Like, SpongeBob is the cutoff for, you know, the old age type of vibe. Just saying. You know what I mean? Marisu. Do I need to call OmniPig? Do I need to get a fact check? Do we need to get a fact check from OmniPig? Can you fact check this for us? Okay. He said he'll fact check it. Be careful. Get out of here. All right. I thought so. I thought so. I thought you were good. All right, ladies and gents. Wait, didn't mean to do that. That was a force of habit. It is now time to get into the last portions of this reading. The last 2 chapters, man. I've been dreading getting into these. I'm not going to lie to you, but here it is. It is now time. It is time not only to shine, but it's time to get our hearts cracked in 2. Right after these messages.
Six nations divided, how the gods envisioned the lands of Gafora, where nations must praise their gods individually. Inguvu, the god of power, Altira, the goddess of reality, Akasha, the goddess of space, Akaili, the goddess of mind, Nafasi, the god of time, Isarin, the god of soul. Each god bestowed their name and universal property to their nation through the blood of their land. Diligent praise to these gods, along with the blood of the land, allows the inhabitants of Gafora to wield the universal property of their god. These inhabitants are called gifts. It is forbidden for these nations to fraternize with one another. Gifts, the lands of Gafora.
That is right, and like I said, in a couple of weeks we will be doing I'll be doing a full not a full review. I'll be doing a live reading of the first 5 chapters for Gifts, the Lands of Gafora, Book 1 in Guvu. I hope to see you guys there. That'll be the week after book club is finished for season 2 of From Watchers to Readers. The next day, I'm just gonna do that. It'll probably be on a Wednesday as well, maybe a Friday. I'm not sure. And then I'll have that video uploaded as well for everybody to be able to check out. I'm hoping to get a couple more people into it in that way and all of that good vibe. So I hope to see you guys there for sure. All right. Woo. And now it's time to get into none other than Chapter 39. Oh, shit. Take 2. Now it's time to get into none other than
Chapter 39. Flight from the White Tower.
Crazy. Like, this is crazy. I just cannot believe what's going on. Like, I could not believe this part. Like, I could, but I couldn't, right? Because this basically goes, like, what is it? Beat for beat in the show. Finally, I think, I think it's been a little while since we've had a beat for beat moment to the show, to the book. But here it is. Like, this was it, man. You know, we see them kind of travel away. We find out that Leandrin has already kind of bribed everybody along the way that she needed to have the people to have them be able to kind of escape. Yeah, Nynaeve tries to act like she's an Aes Sedai. It doesn't work because bro already knows that they're coming. And it wouldn't have worked anyway. And then when they go to Leandrin, she's like, what the hell? You brought other people. And then Elaine's like, yo, forgive us. They did not tell us. We just overheard. And we want to help Rand as well. And then she says, I had made arrangements for you to be taken care of, but as you are here, you are here. 4 can make this journey as well as 2. And she's like, taken care of? You and the other are known as friends of these 2. Do you think there are those who would question you when you are found to be gone? Da-da-da-da. She just goes on, and it's like, she does a really good job of almost being trustworthy in this moment. I think she does a really solid job of like, hey, trust me. And then it was like, and then right after that happens, she takes him to a waygate. And it's like, well, never mind. She can't be trusted at all. Like, she cannot be trusted by any means. Yo, did something bite me, my boy? Damn. I feel like something just bit me, yo. I feel like I'm getting bit. Why am I getting bit, homie? What's going on in here? All right. They go to the waygate. And as they enter the waygate, guess what? Moraine's like, I'll go last. Yeah, words said by someone you should definitely trust. Am I right? Like, you definitely should not trust anybody that says, I'll go last. I must go last. I need to be the last one out in here. That's just a crazy thing to say. And she's like, quickly, let's get in there. And of course, Margin, I do not trust her. Egwene jumped a little bit too quickly and was merging into her own image with an icy shock. Time seemed to stretch out as if the cold crept over her by the width of one hair at a time. I'm not sure what happened there. I don't know if they're supposed to enter. I can't remember if they're supposed to enter slow for a particular reason or not. You know, I can't recall exactly. I'm pretty sure that Egwene thought she died. I'm pretty sure, like, it seemed like Egwene thought that she died because when Nynaeve gets through, she runs up to her and gives her a big hug, like, yo, thank God, like, you're alive. And I didn't understand that at all. I didn't understand what that meant, like, by any means. And again, I'm like, yo, do not trust Leandrin. We get a little explanation about the floor. Seemed to be stoned, eaten by and pitted by acid. Egwene scrambled hurriedly onto Bella's back, and she was no quicker to follow the Aes Sedai than anyone else. And she guides them through. And then Leandrin starts comparing the guiding with a parchment that she has stuffed in her pocket of her cloak. Why does she have a map of the ways? Isn't this not weird? Like, is this not super weird that she has a map of the ways? She's maps are leading them up and down and just going left and right. And then they're going left and right, up and down. They're going through this hill, up and down these ramps, hitting bridges. And then she's just guiding them along. And she has just a little parchment paper of a map. You know? Like, I'm like, bro, what are we doing here? Why does she have a map? Is this not interesting to anybody else in the world? Literally, my margin is, come on now. Like, that's what my margin says. and then Min's like, how long do you mean us to stay in here? And Leandrin, she's like, the more you bother me, the longer we'll be here. I mean, at least she's very straightforward. This is when Leandrin tells them it'll take 2 days for them to get where they need to go. She makes Elaine give her food and serve food to everybody else and whatnot. Nynaeve is still constantly questioning her, like. Egwene asks the age-old question, what if we encounter the Black Wind? Moiraine Sedai said it could not be killed or even hurt very much, and I can feel the taint on this place waiting to twist anything we do with the power. If one such as you tried to channel here in the ways, you might as well go mad as a man. You have not the training to deal with the taint of those men who made this. If the Black Wind appears, I will deal with it. Moiraine does not know so much as she thinks. What? Like, have we learned nothing? Have we learned nothing? How are we trusting this lady at this point? I think this is where the show did a really good job of making Leandrin feel a little bit more trustworthy in the show. Like, I don't feel like especially that's why they had that super humanized moment of like the random sun and all this random things going on, right? So we could feel a little bit more connected to Leandrin, so we don't see this double cross coming in the same way. Like, I think a lot, like, you read the book, you see this double cross coming from so far that it ain't even a double cross. It's just her being who she is. But in the show, it's like devastating almost, you know? Like, it is devastating. And then randomly, Min says, Egwene, what if after all you are going through for him, Rand doesn't marry you? What if he marries someone like, I don't know, Elaine or even me? Like, Min is a menace for that, yo. Like, why would she say that? That's such a wild thing to say at that moment. Like, that is so insane. And then she's just like, I don't suppose I'll marry him. I would not set my heart on him if I were you. He's stubborn as a mule and wrong-headed to a fault. But he is gentle. And then Elaine goes, you can say however much you want to don't care, but I think you'd approve less than mother would. He's more interesting than any man I've ever met. And she says, no doubt you will choose the green Aja and make him one of your warders. And we get a hint of lore here that I didn't know up until this point. And it says the only greens I know with only one warder are married to them. And I had no idea that any Aes Sedai were married to their warders or any Aes Sedai were married at all. So my margin says, what? Because I was really mind blown by that. Because I was like, what? Where did this come from? How did I not know this? Why did no one tell me? Why was I not made aware? From there, Leandrin is moving ruthlessly for hours, hardly waiting for them to mount before riding on. She only allowed them brief halts to eat and rest the horses, and the darkness weighed down on their shoulders. She would not let anyone glimpse at this parchment she compared to the guidings, stuffing it away with a curt. And of course, she says it's nothing you would understand. And then my margin says hashtag dark friend, because it's very obvious that she is a dark friend at this point in time. She is not a nice person. She is not a good person. She is not a person to be trusted. None of it. Literally none of the things. None of the things there is she good with. And I believe that's it for chapter 40. You know, chapter 39, I mean, you know, she's like, they get there. They're behind her the whole time. By the time they get there, she already is opening the way gate, and she's like, all right, we here. Come on, let's go. Let's get through here. And their girls are running through it, you know, like just that quick. Boom, they're there. And that was chapter 39, yo. That shit was insane. I don't know about everyone else, but I used to think the captured Eggy part was at least half the book. It just feels so much longer in my memory than it actually is. That's what she said, but that's crazy. I mean, I can see why. It's a very powerful part. Right, and especially in the show, I think the show makes it feel that. I think other people felt that way too, because in the show they made it like literally half of season 2. It seems like, and it was to the point where I was like, bro, I don't know if this is gonna work or not. That's a credit to the impact of RJ's writing. I agree with that. Arrangements to be taken care of. I wonder what that means. Yeah, they were definitely about to get murdered. Sensei playing the role of Natty Cawthon today. What does that mean? I don't understand. I don't understand. Taxes. Squeeze more blood from that stone. As you say, Marisu. Just making sure the system works. Nah, that's crazy. I thought only Trollocs had mapped out the ways. Let's ask Charisse. I bet she knows. Imagine there's a Marauders map that updates when a part of the ways crumbles. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Well, 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 well. What do we have here? Don't you gotta be a main character to have the Marauders map? That's hilarious. Leandrin in the books is a rosebud lip twirling villain. Yes, she is. She is. Like, she is definitely a menace from the jump. You just gotta be able to see the... You gotta just be able to manage the mischief. Yeah. I bet you do know how to travel the ways, I bet you do, Charisse. Leandrin in the book is more a straight-up psychopath who was born that way. We'll meet sympathetic villains, but she ain't one of them at all, bro. She's tripping. And I think maybe they did that so they can set up the other dark friends that... Not the dark friends, but the other... Wow, I cannot think of, like, what are their names? The Forsaken? Is that what they're called? The Forsaken. Yeah, I think they're the Forsaken. I think they did that in the show, like, turned down Leandrin's craziness so that when we have the Forsaken, they can really turn it up with them, right? Because, like, we see the Forsaken very early on in the book as well. We see at least 2 of them, and then we see them we see them get schmackadoodled. So I think we're gonna see them kind of come out and be a little bit more wild. We're at the top of the roller coaster now, man. That's the most contemplative "that's what she said" I've ever heard. Hey, it'd be like that. Natty Coffin is Matt's mom. You know what? Now I feel like the taxes were too low. Now I feel like maybe I should have doubled the taxes because you're a 2-time offender. Now I'm feeling like maybe they should have been doubled. But now we go into, man, it is time. I hope everybody got their tissues nearby.
Knew where they were going, which she did, as long as no one stopped them, and had a perfect right to go there, which was a different matter altogether, of course. Dressed now in the clothes they had brought to Tarvalon, they certainly did not look like residents.
What the hell?
With overlapping steel plates down their chests and dull black helmets shone. Watching her, the waygate opened, and when Leandrin motioned them through, she led the shaggy mare carefully out.
Sorry,
Even so, she and Bella both stumbled in brush flattened by the opening waygate, as they suddenly seemed to be moving even more slowly. A screen of dense shrubs had surrounded and hidden the waygate. There were only a few trees close by, and a morning breeze ruffled foliage with a little more colour than the leaves had had in Tarvalon. Watching her friends emerge after her, she had been standing there a good minute before she became aware that others were already there, just out of sight on the other side of the gates. When she did notice them, she stared uncertainly. They were as odd a group as she had ever seen, and she had heard too many rumours of the war on Toman Head. Armoured men, at least 50 of them, with overlapping steel plates down their chests and dull black helmets shaped like insects' heads, sat their saddles or stood beside their horses, staring at her and the emerging women, staring at the waygate, muttering among themselves. The only bare-headed man among them, a tall, dark-faced, hook-nosed fellow, standing with a gilded and painted helmet on his hip, looked astonished at what he was seeing. There were women with the soldiers, too. 2 wore plain, dark grey dresses and wide silver collars. and stood staring intently at those coming out of the waygate, each with another woman close behind her as if ready to speak into her ear. 2 other women, standing a little apart, wore wide divided skirts that came well short of their ankles, and panels embroidered with forked lightning bolts on their bosoms and skirts. Oddest of all was the last woman, reclining on a palanquin borne by 8 muscular, bare-chested men in baggy black trousers. The sides of her scalp were shaved so that only a wide crest of black hair remained to fall down her back. A long cream-coloured robe worked in flowers and birds on blue ovals was carefully arranged to show her skirts of pleated white, and her fingernails were a good inch long, the first 2 on each hand lacquered blue. "Leandrin Sedai?" Egwene asked uneasily. "Do you know who these people are?" Her friends fingered their reins as if wondering whether to mount and run, but Leandrin replaced the Avendasaur leaf and stepped forward confidently as the waygate began to close. "The High Lady Suroth," Leandrin said, making it halfway between a question and statement. The woman on the palanquin nodded fractionally. "You are Leandrin." Her speech was slurred, and it took Egwene a moment to understand. "Aes Sedai," Suroth added with a twist to her lips, and a murmur rose among the soldiers. "We must be done here quickly, Leandrin. There are patrols, and it would not do to be found. You would enjoy the attentions of the Seekers for Truth no more than I. I mean to be back in farm before Turak knows I'm gone." "What are you talking about?" Nynaeve demanded. "What is she talking about, Leandrin?" Leandrin laid a hand on Nynaeve's shoulder, and one on Egwene's. "These are the 2 of whom you were told. And there is another." She nodded toward Elaine. "She is the daughter heir of Andor." The 2 women with the lightning on their dresses were approaching the party in front of the waygate. They carried coils of some silvery metal in their hands, Egwene noticed, and the bare-headed soldier came with them. He did not put a hand near the sword hilt sticking up above his shoulder, and he wore a casual smile, but Egwene still watched him narrowly. Leandrin gave no sign of agitation. Otherwise, Egwene would have jumped onto Bella right then. "Leandrin Sedai," she said urgently, "who are these people? Are they here to help Round and the others too?" The hook-nosed man suddenly seized Min and Elaine by the scruffs of their necks, and in the next instant everything seemed to happen at once. The man yelled a curse, and a woman screamed, or perhaps more than one woman, Egwene could not be sure. Abruptly, the breeze was a gale that whipped away Leandrin's angry shout in clouds of dirt and leaves and made the trees bend and groan. Horses reared and whinnied shrilly, and one of the women reached out and fastened something around Egwene's neck. Cloak flapping like a sail, Egwene braced against the wind and tugged at what felt like a collar of smooth metal. It would not budge. Under her frantic fingers it felt all of one piece, though she knew it had to have some kind of clasp. The silvery coils the woman had carried now trailed over Egwene's shoulder, their other end joining a bright bracelet on the woman's left wrist. Balling her fist tightly, Egwene hit the woman as hard as she could, right in her eye, and staggered, and fell to her knees herself, head ringing. It felt as if a large man had struck her in the face. When she could see straight once more, the wind had died. A number of horses wandered loose, Bella and Elaine's mare among them, and some of the soldiers were cursing and picking themselves up off the ground. Leandrin was calmly brushing dust and leaves from her dress. Min knelt, supporting herself with her hands, groggily trying to rise further. The hook-nosed man stood over her, his hand dripping blood. Min's knife lay just out of her reach, the blade stained red along one side. Nynaeve and Elaine were nowhere to be seen, and Nynaeve's mare was gone too. So were some of the soldiers, and one of the pairs of women. The other 2 were still there, and Egwene could see now that they were linked by a silver cord just like the one that still joined her to the woman standing over her. That woman was rubbing her cheek as she squatted beside Egwene. There was a bruise already coming up around her left eye. With long dark hair and big brown eyes, she was pretty, and perhaps as much as 10 years older than Nynaeve. "Your first lesson," she said emphatically. There was no animosity in her voice, but what almost sounded like friendliness. "I will not punish you further this time, since I should have been on guard with a newly caught Damane. Know this, you are a Damane, a leashed one, and I am a Soldam, a holder of the leash. When Damane and Soldam are joined, whatever hurt the Soldam feels, the Damane feels twice over, even to death. So you must remember that you may never strike at a Soldam in any way, and you must protect your Soldam even more than yourself. I am Rena. How are you called?" "I am not what you said," Egwene muttered. She pulled at the collar again. It gave no more than before. She thought of knocking the woman down and trying to pry the bracelet from her wrist, but rejected it. Even if the soldiers did not try to stop her, and so far they seemed to be ignoring her and Renna altogether, she had the sinking feeling the woman was telling the truth. Touching her left eye brought a wince. It did not feel puffy, so perhaps she was not actually growing a bruise to match Renna's, but it still hurt. Her left eye and Renna's left eye. She raised her voice. "Leandrin, said I. Why are you letting them do this?" Leandrin dusted her hands together, never looking in her direction. "The very first thing you must learn," Renna said, "is to do exactly as you are told, and without delay." Egwene gasped. Suddenly her skin burned and prickled as if she had rolled in stinging nettles from the soles of her feet to her scalp. She tossed her head as the burning sensation increased. "Many, Soldan," Renna went on in that almost friendly tone, "do not believe Damane should be allowed names, or at least only names they are given. But I am the one who took you, so I will be in charge of your training, and I will allow you to keep your own name, if you do not displease me too far. I am mildly upset with you now. Do you really wish to keep on until I am angry?" Quivering, Egwene gritted her teeth. Her nails dug into her palms with the effort of not scratching wildly. "Idiot, it's only your name." "Egwene," she managed to get out. "I am Egwene Alvia." Instantly the burning itch was gone. She let out a long, unsteady breath. "Egwene," Renna said. "That is a good name." And to Egwene's horror, Renna patted her on the head as she would a dog. That, she realized, was what she had detected in the woman's voice. A certain goodwill for a dog in training, not quite the friendliness one might have toward another human being. Renna chuckled. "Now you are even angrier. If you intend to strike at me again, remember to make it a small blow.
Like, oh my God, bro. Like, it's so powerful, yo. It is just so powerful how just everything doesn't, they're just so not affected by humanity, you know? Like, the lack of humanity is just it's unparalleled.
Among you to serve him. You take fright at trifles. If patrols come, kill them." Lightning flashed again in the near distance, and moments later something roared like thunder not far from where it struck. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Neither Leandrin nor Suroth took any notice. "I could still return to farm with 2 new Damane," Suroth said. "It grieves me to allow an Aes Sedai." She twisted the words like a curse. "To walk free." Leandrin's face did not change, but Egwene saw a nimbus abruptly glow around her. "Beware, High Lady," Renna called. "She stands ready." There was a stir among the soldiers, a reaching for swords and lances, but Suroth only steepled her hands, smiling at Leandrin over her long nails. "You will make no move against me, Leandrin. Our master would disapprove, as I am surely needed here more than you, and you fear him more than you fear being made Damane." Leandrin smiled, though white spots marked her cheeks with anger. "And you, Suroth, fear him more than you fear me burning you to a cinder where you stand." "Just so. We both fear him. Yet even our master's needs will change with time. All Marath Damane will be leashed eventually. Perhaps I will be the one who places the collar around your lovely throat." "As you say, Suroth, our master's needs will change. I will remind you of it on the day when you kneel to me." A tall leather leaf, perhaps a mile away, suddenly became a roaring torch. "This grows tiresome," Suroth said. "Elba, recall them."
Yo, Nynaeve was not about to get caught, okay? Nynaeve was out of there.
Hilt of his sword. "No!" Egwene shouted. She heard Renna curse softly, and suddenly the burning itch covered her skin again, worse than before, but she did not stop. Please, High Lady, please! She is my friend! Pain such as she had never known racked her through the burning. Every muscle knotted and cramped. She pitched on her face in the dirt, mewling, but she could still see Elbar's heavy, curved blade come free of its sheath, see him raise it with both hands. Please! Oh, Min! Abruptly, the pain was gone as if it had never been.
We see Egwene showing off for her girls.
I'll even keep it, she thought sourly, as long as I have to.
Put the girl on her horse, Elbar, Suroth said. Tie her on if she cannot sit her saddle. If this Damane proves a disappointment, perhaps then I will let you have the head of the girl.
She was already moving toward her palanquin. Renna pulled Egwene roughly to her feet and pushed her toward Bella, but Egwene had eyes only for Min. Elbar was no gentler with Min than Renna with her, but she thought Min was all right. At least Min shrugged off Elbar's attempt to tie her across her saddle and climbed onto her gelding with only a little help. The odd party started off, westward, with Suroth leading and Elbar slightly to the rear of her palanquin, but close enough to heed any summons immediately. Renna and Egwene rode at the back with Min, and the other Suldam and Damane behind the soldiers. The woman who had apparently meant to collar Nynaeve fondled the coiled silver leash she still carried and looked angry. Sparse forest covered the rolling land, and the smoke of the burning leather leaf was soon only a smudge in the sky behind them.
You were honored,
Renna said after a time,
having the High Lady speak to you. Another time I would let you wear a ribbon to mark the honor. But since you brought her attention on yourself...
A freaking ribbon. What?
Egwene cried out as a switch seemed to lash across her back, then another across her leg, her arm. From every direction they seemed to come. She knew there was nothing to block, but she could not help throwing her arms about as if to stop the blows. She bit her lip to stifle her moans, but tears still rolled down her cheeks. Bella whinnied and danced, but Renna's grip on the silver leash kept her from carrying Egwene away. None of the soldiers even looked back.
What are you doing to her?
Min shouted. Egwene! Stop it!
You live on sufferance. Min, is it?
Renna said mildly.
Let this be a lesson for you as well. So long as you try to interfere, it will not stop.
Min raised a fist, then let it fall. I won't interfere. Only please, stop it. Egwene, I'm sorry. The unseen blows went on for a few moments more, as if to show Min her intervention had done nothing, then ceased. But Egwene could not stop shuddering. The pain did not go away this time. She pushed back the sleeve of her dress, thinking to see wheals. Her skin was unmarked, but the feel of them was still there. She swallowed. It was not your fault, Min. Bella tossed her head, eyes rolling, and Egwene patted the mare's shaggy neck.
It wasn't yours either. It was your fault, Egwene,
Renna said. She sounded so patient, dealing so kindly with someone who was too dense to see the right, that Egwene wanted to scream.
When a Damane is punished, it is always her fault, even if she does not know why. A Damane must anticipate what her Suldam wants. But this time you do know why. Damane are like furniture, or tools, always there, ready to be used, but never pushing themselves forward for attention, especially not for the attention of one of the blood.
Egwene bit her lip until she tasted blood. This is a nightmare. It can't be real. Why did Leandrin do this? Why is this happening? May...
Like, bruh, Leandrin is a menace.
Without these things. Egwene shivered, though the air was not very cold. Pulling her cloak up onto her shoulders, her hand brushed the leash, and she jerked at it fitfully. Most as he could think of fighting back at the moment.
The affairs of the blood,
Renna said,
are not for me to take notice of, and certainly not for you. The High Lady will tell me what she wishes me to know.
And I will tell you what I wish you to know. Anything else that you hear or see must be to you as if it never was said. As if it never happened. This way lies safety, most especially for Damani. Damani are too valuable to be killed out of hand, but you might find yourself not only soundly punished, but absent a tongue to speak, or hands to write. Damani can do what they must, without these things. And loose who can do what a Damani can. It's very cold. Pulling her cloak up onto her shoulders, her hand brushed the leash, and she jerked at it fitfully. This is a horrible thing. How can you do this to anyone? What diseased mind ever thought of it? The blue-eyed Soldam with the empty leash growled. This one could do without her tongue already, Rena. Rena only smiled patiently. How is it horrible? Could we allow anyone to run loose who can do what a Damani can? Sometimes men are born who would be Mareth Damani if they were women. It is so here also, I have heard. And they must be killed, of course. But the women do not go mad. Better for them to become Damani than make trouble contending for power. As for the mind that first thought of the Adam, it was the mind of a woman who called herself Aes Sedai. Egwene knew incredulity must be painting her face, because Rena laughed openly. When Lothair Peyendrag Mondwyn, son of the Hawkwing, first faced the armies of the night, he found many among them who called themselves Aes Sedai. They contended for power among themselves and used the one power on the field of battle. One such, a woman named Diane, who thought she could do better serving the Emperor. He was not Emperor then, of course. Since he had no Aes Sedai in his armies, came to him with a device she had made, the first Adam, fastened to the neck of one of her sisters. Though that woman did not want to serve Lothair, the Adam required her to serve. Diane made more Adam. The first Soldam were found, and women captured who called themselves Aes Sedai discovered that they were in fact only Mareth Damani, those who must be leashed. It is said that when she herself was leashed, Diane's screams shook the towers of midnight. But of course she too was a Mareth Damani.
The little giggle.
And Mareth Damani cannot be allowed to run free. Perhaps you will be one of those who has the ability to make Adam. If so, you will be pampered. You may rest assured.
Bruh. Like, holy hell. What? Like, what? We're learning so much in such a little time, yo. In such a small amount of time, we are learning so many things. Like, the Adam is made by a channeler that was an Aes Sedai, who also then got leashed by the very thing that she made for one of her sisters. Like, and that's why the other what was her name? The High Lady, is the High Lady Serath? I think High Lady is Serath, yo. So Serath was talking that shit to Leandrin so swiftly. She's like, yo, you know, like, you do realize that you're gonna be chained just like every other one, you know, like all will be leashed. Trust and believe that. She's like, bruh, I don't care what you say. Like, bro, it's just insane. Like, just insane. It is said that when she herself was leashed, Diane's whatever, screams shook the towers of midnight. But of course, she too was Marath Damane, Marath Damane, and Marath Damane cannot be allowed to run free. Like, bro, that's insane. And then we find out that no men are Suldam for them. Like, only the women are Suldam. And in my opinion, that just means that the Suldam are also channelers, and that's why there's no men that are them, because they have to channel in some type of way in order to do it. Like, that's just how I feel about that. Even if they can't full on channel, they have to be able to be connected to that one power in some way, shape, or form. And that makes sense why men can't do it, you know? Says if a man put on a bracelet, he'll freaking damn near die. Like, both of them would die screaming. Like, well, that's insane. And it's because there's two different forms of, not light. There's two different forms of the one power being used at the same time. So it makes sense. And then Rena wants to see her control that she has over the one power. Rena tells her to feel the tree, feel the sap in the tree. And we kind of see this moment actually, come to fruition within the show. You know, we see her actually do set the thing on fire. I don't know if that might happen later on in the book, but I like that. I like that parallelogram. uh, and she just keeps getting hurt and just not like she just keeps getting hurt and just done so bad. No matter what she does, she tries to even use the one power to attack her, and it ends up like just torturing her so bad. Kind of wild that all this is kind of happening while she's on horseback. I think in the show that she's already in like a prison at this point when they have this conversation, so it does make it fit a little bit better in that stance. But you know, in my opinion, like I kind of forgot that they were just on horseback at this time. Right? Because I'm like, how did she not fall off of the horse or nothing, you know? Speaking of horse, they even stole Bella. Like, that's kind of cold. They even took the host? Like, damn.
Egwene looked yet it would be no different. Never knows until he. Do you have I want you to make it still burnt to whether a Damane has tried to channel? You must never lie to me, or to any soldier, not even by a hair. Egwene howled as her own skin was suddenly scalded. Not until she fled from Sidar completely did the burn begin to fade, and unseen blows never ceased also. She tried to shout, but she would try if only Rena would stop. But all she could manage was to scream and writhe. Dimly she was aware of Min shouting angrily and trying to ride to her side. To Egwene it seemed to go on forever. But I have to. Grass and brush between seemed empty. Nothing moved she could see, except the thinning column of smoke wavering in a breeze from the leather leaf. That had been her work, the leather leaf. Hand stroked Egwene's hair. The best Damane are those who have spirit to be shaped. And she lay sprawled weakly across the cantle of her saddle, cheeks wet with tears, sobbing into Bella's mane. The mare whickered uneasily. It is good that you have spirit, Rena said calmly. The best Damane are those who have spirit to be shaped and molded. Egwene squeezed her eyes shut. She wished she could close her ears too, to shut out Rena's voice. I have to get away. I have to. But how? Nynaeve, help me. Light, somebody help me. You will be one of the best, Rena said in tones of satisfaction. Her hand stroked Egwene's hair. A mistress soothing her dog.
Bruh. Oh man. Just just fucking terrible, bro. Like, oh, just makes you just sick to your stomach, high key. But then we get then we get a POV switch to Nynaeve and Elaine doing their thing. They have now escaped. We find out that Nynaeve has taken out. She took out like 5 people, if I'm not mistaken, because she took out like 2 women down with the lightning strike and seen one of the guard. Oh no, she took down like 3 people. Okay, took down 3 people with that lightning strike, doing her damn thing. And then we also find out that she can only touch the source when she's angry for some reason. Like, if she's not angry, she has no control over it. Literally the Hulk. I think when we were watching the show, a lot of people were saying that Nynaeve is the Hulk. And I did not understand what they meant by that, but I understand it now. We also find out that Men is the one that basically is the reason. Men is the reason why Elaine is free, because she cut the dude's hand that was holding Elaine, and she got Swifty up out of there. Elaine starts being all, man, I can't believe we ran. And then Nynaeve is like, girl, we barely got away. You better be happy we ran. We wouldn't have been doing nobody any good if we was all caught. They start saying, they talk about they're going to go to the farm. And they got to change how they dress and how they look. Elaine, being super rich, thinks that they ain't got enough money. But Nynaeve, being someone who's had to live on a minuscule amount of money, is like, nah, girl, we are good for months. And, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all. I'm pretty sure that's all that happens at the end of that chapter. And then Elaine just basically asks, do you think it was all lies, Nynaeve? What Leandrin told us about Rand being in danger and the others? Aes Sedai do not lie. I expect Rand is warming his feet in front of Agomar's fire in Faldara this minute. I can't worry about him now. I have to think about Egwene and Min. Like, whoo! Like, let's go. Man, oh man, and that is the end of that section, ladies and gentlemen. I love this section so much. Let's jump into chat and see how you guys were feeling about this insane chapter that we just went through. So powerful, so insane. So amazing, so well put together. The structure of this reading was perfect yet again. I can't believe how wonderful. I feel like this book was portioned out perfectly. The first book was like, it was portioned out pretty solidly, but damn, this was like it's every week it's been a build up, a build up, a build up. Great payoff at like week after week with every single part of the reading. I have loved it, yo. I have loved it so much. And I just I can't wait to continue all of these vibes, yo. Like with it, I definitely think I might have to read the, like, I'm already feeling like I want to read the next book. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm already feeling that way right now. Like, I want to read the next book, and I haven't even finished this one yet because I really want to know what's happened. But luckily, I don't think I'll have to wait too long. We're going to rewatch some stuff, too, so we'll be all fine and dandy with it. You know what I mean? We'll be all fine and dandy with it. Now comes the hurt. New chapter, new symbol. Yeah, and that chapter symbol was the Adam, which is crazy. I wonder why he went with Adam for it. Like, that's kind of a wild name, right? Like, makes you think of Adam and Eve, maybe biting the apple. You know, like, I wonder if that kind of links to what the lady did. She kind of bit the apple by even making it, and then doing that thing is the thing that also got her killed, type of thing. Maybe that's a little bit of duality on, or a little bit of double entendre vibes coming from RJ there. You know, her calling it the Adam, or they called it the Adam. I don't know who called it what, but, you know, Adam, and then Adam and Eve eating the apple being the thing that, you know, caused them, it's like the first sin that caused everything else to go downhill from there. And I guess that's kind of like the first sin there for her to make that, and then it kind of go downhill from there, I suppose. But I don't know that for a fact. I'm just kind of making that on the top of my head because it's called an Adam. I like this Egwene character. I sure hope she has a great time in this story and nothing bad ever happens to her. Yo, that's a great point. What do you think about that? Oh. Ooh. It doesn't sound like a... Let's just move on. Bella! Bella horse, doo-doo-doo-doo. The High Lady Sarath, exactly. As a born and raised Southerner, I find that offensive. Gotta love the Texan accent. Egwene wasn't into BDSM. You need to leave. Rosamund is trying to do an American accent. Yeah, the Shan-Chan suck. Yeah, she does do a good Sarath. I have to block this all out, for real. They have humanity, they just don't see channelers as human. That's the scary part. I think that is the very definition of the lack of humanity. Did anybody else have trouble visualizing the fingernails until we saw them in live action? I guess that's a good point. I do believe that Lauren says something about that in Unraveling the Pattern in one of those episodes. I can see being terribly afraid of people that can blow shit up with a thought and can call down lightning bolts, but they're still human. No, that's true. That's true, right? I mean, you got people that are super strong and powerful, and you're terrified of that. I can understand that, but I mean, again, it's just kind of like it's like, you know, it's like mutants type of vibe. Do we need to recall actually slavery? At least superpowers are a decent excuse for considering someone a different species. Yeah, that's super true. That's super true. Same to go with mutants and how they feel about them. That's a fact. Facts. Slavery is never okay. And Aes Sedai, if Aes Sedai enslaved people, I'd have as much revulsion for them as I do for the Shan-Chan. I feel that for real. The show definitely knocked this part out of the park, for real. They did a really solid job of letting you know. I think they might have even did a little bit better of a job letting you know. Especially because, like, there's really no Aes Sedai that could pop up right now that would make me be like, oh my god, you know what I mean? Because I don't feel like we've met any Aes Sedai in the same way. But when you see the woman from the Blue Aja in the show as a Damani, that shit hurts. Like, that shit hurts. You're like, oh my God. Like, what the, like, she was, oh my goodness. Like, that was crazy. I don't know if there's a book moment equal to that, but that just hurt. Like, there was just so much. And she was like, it's okay, child. You lasted longer than I did. I was like, what the hell? Oh my God, my chest. Like, that was insane. They really captured the vileness of this cultural abomination. I agree. Suroth is super sus. Susroth. Don't tax me. So much lore we're learning. For real, it was just back to back to back to back to back. I was highlighting, baby. Towers of Midnight. Anybody else catch that? I did catch Towers of Midnight. Is that any relation to the thing that we saw in the other place or whatever was going on there? Wasn't there some type of tower or something? White Tower, Towers of Midnight, kind of seems like an opposite thing going on there. All the references to people as pets is so disgusting. This is a really rough section. It really is. Resistance is futile. You will be collared. Let's go ahead and put that over here. Egwene's Amorath Damane. I'd say taxes, but that's a damn good one, LBF. Bruh, that's ridiculous. It's impossible to leash Bella. It's impossible to leash Bella, even though there are theories that she can channel. The horse? We're talking about the horse, right? There are theories that she doesn't need to channel. What? Nynaeve straight up kills some folks, and she doesn't blink. It's just work. That's gotta, it's work that's gotta be done. Yeah, I feel that. I feel like the show kind of nerfed Nynaeve a bit. They nerfed Nynaeve's anger and made her just obnoxiously, annoyingly irritating. And then on top of that, they also made her like a super duper healer. You know? Like she was like a super healer and not anything else. And that shit was wild. She did like a mass healing several times in the show. Super weird that they chose to do that, and she really doesn't do that at all in the book. Super weird that they made her like a healer. You know? Like, what? What type of shit is that? This is the beginning of the Nynaeve and Elaine Bloody Cop show. I like me some Nynaeve and Elaine. Yeah, they're lit. Some people hate Nine and Elaine's flaws, but I love them so much. Maybe it's because I see myself in them. Yo, their flaws are awesome. Like, their flaws are awesome because it makes them who they are, as it does for all of us. Adam maybe sounds like a dominating. Oh, baby, there will be plenty of those moments. Towers of Midnight is a book title. Oh. Give it time. My intrigue is piqued. What book is that? What book number is that? Soon, Sensei, soon. It's not a pun. That's where it comes from. Nope. It's book 13. Ooh. No, I'm not Googling. I was trying to look for where it said Towers of Midnight again. I couldn't remember where it said it in the book. I couldn't remember the context of in which it said such things. Oh, yeah. It is said when she herself was leashed, her screams shook the Towers of Midnight. Ooh. Ho, 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 ho. No Googles, no Googles. Google is evil and dangerous. I agree. Google is evil and dangerous. But, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to an end of From Watchers to Readers Season 2, Episode 8. I am so excited to continue this with you all next week. These chapters were amazing. I have to say, I loved the flicker. I love this. I love all of it. Like, all of these chapters, they just went together so freaking well. Next week, we have a freaking marathon on our hands. We're going to be finishing the book. Episode 9 is going to be a full-on, that's going to My bad. I accidentally pressed the wrong mute button. I meant to turn off the audio, but I turned off my mic instead. Okay, I'm back. Don't know what the last thing you guys heard was, but next week we have a marathon. Some of these chapters are super, you know what I mean? Some of these chapters are super short, but some of these chapters are super short, so it's not gonna be the end of the world, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 chapters. We have 11 chapters, with chapter 45, Blade Master, being the longest out of those chapters. And that's not bad at all. I'm not gonna lie, that is not bad at all. I'm interested to know how much time that's going to be, actually. So let's go ahead and put this in the time calculator. So we have 42 minutes and 11 seconds plus 21 minutes and 36 seconds plus 28 minutes. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, 28 minutes. Minutes and 7 seconds plus 19 minutes and 48 seconds plus 22 minutes and 56 seconds plus 51 minutes and 12 seconds. Good Lord. Plus 33 minutes and 27 seconds. Lord, this is a lot. Well, I guess it's really not that much. Plus 30 minutes and 25 seconds plus 13 minutes and 43 seconds plus 17 minutes 27 seconds. Lord. Plus 2 minutes and 32 seconds. So next week's reading is going to be 4 hours, 43 minutes, and 24 seconds. This week's reading was 3 hours and 8 minutes. Four hours 43. Oh, that's already there. Minus 3 hours 8:17. Minus 3 hours 8 minutes and 17 seconds. So next week's reading is only going to be an hour and 35 minutes longer than the reading that we did this week. So that's fine. Only an hour and 30 minutes longer is not that much. Like, that's not that much. But that will make this a little, probably next week's episode will probably be like 5 hours instead of the normal 3 to 4. I think all these episodes have been like 4 hours up until now. So next week's will probably be 5, maybe 6, depending on how good, like how much we have to cover in those chapters and so on and so forth. So what a crescendo. It'll blow by. Everything going forward is the ending. You won't want to stop once you start. I agree for sure. I don't want to stop at all. I was just trying to see how long it would be, and it's only an hour and 35 minutes more too. That's not a lot at all. I'm pumped. I'm freaking pumped. You probably wouldn't be able to stop because it gets crazy. At least Hopper doesn't get killed again in this section like in the show, right? Right? Hopper dying twice would be ridiculous. Wait, Hopper dies twice in the show? I can't remember Hopper dying twice. Whoa. No, only once. Oh, okay. Maybe I misunderstood then. I misunderstood. That is all my fault. Okay, let's see. Episodes. Bam. Episode 8. Episode 8, chapter 35 through 40. Week 9 is now officially done, yo. I'm happy you made it 9 episodes instead of 8. It's actually 10 episodes because we have our full book review for episode 10. Whoop, 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 whoop. Hey, isn't that kind of wild that well, I guess we covered it in like 4-hour, 5-hour spans at a time, so they couldn't do that. Oh, like we gotta experience Hopper dying again? Didn't Hopper die? Am I tripping? I don't know what's going on. I'm tired. But with all that being said, I appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in with me today and vibing out with me. You guys are amazing. Wait. What happened? Oh well. You guys have been amazing today. I definitely appreciate all the love, all the support. You guys are rocking my socks. Wait, that sounds wild. No, I take that back. You guys have been rocking it over here for real, for real. I appreciate all the love. A big shout out again to my guy for the love earlier. For real, for real. Oh, I think it's gone now. Sorry about that, but I appreciate the gifted to everybody. That was a W, for real. W's in a shot. As much love. I appreciate all of you guys for tuning in and vibing out with me today. Next week is going to be hectic. Like, this next week is going to be hectic, right? This Sunday. Wait, is it this Sunday? Before I just start yapping. I'm pretty sure it's this coming up Sunday. Sorry. My calendar is taking 37 years to load. Here we go. Oh, never mind. It's not this coming up week. It's the week after. But next week, The Boys is going to be starting. So next week we have The Acolyte and we have The Boys. Both of those are at basically 6 o'clock, I believe. Those are airing. And then not this Sunday, but next Sunday on the 16th. On the 16th, we will have House of the Dragon. The week of the 16th is House of the Dragon on Sunday, Acolyte on Tuesday, and then The Boys on Thursday. And, of course, book club as well. And I believe that'll be our last episode of book club on the 19th, where we will be doing a full book review. And then on the 26th, we will be going over my book. I'll be reading it live here for all you beautiful people. Gifts, the Lands of Gafora, book 1. Going over it, talking about it, seeing all the good stuff that's going on there. So I hope to see you all then. I might have to get my reading done before Tuesday because Tuesday is the Acolyte now. So I might have to even read on Monday or even the weekend. I don't even know. I'm going to have to figure that out. But I appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in today and vibing out with me. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night, a wonderful rest of your weeks, for real. I know it's very late in the night for some of you, so you guys are the real MVPs that stayed here to the end. If you are watching on the replay and have stayed till the very, very end, go ahead and put in OmniPig, obviously. Drop OmniPig in the chat down below if you guys stayed to the end. Shout out to OmniPig for making an appearance, for real. Big shout out to him. Remember, OmniPig is always watching, will always be watching. His eyes are on you right now. He knows when you're sleeping. He knows when you are awake. And he knows when you've been bad or good. So be good for goodness sakes. But with all that being said, I appreciate you guys for real. You can follow us on all social media at Sensei. You can follow us at all social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. You can also follow me on social media at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions on whatever particular thing you may be partaking in or I may be partaking in at that particular time. And you can also check out that weekly podcast wherever you check out podcasts at. Okay? I appreciate you all. You all have a good night. Sleep well and wake. And as I always say, stay awesome, stay nerdy, and don't forget to stay marvelous. Excelsior.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the super fan.
Or you can join our Patreon to get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch parties.
We appreciate you guys. We'll catch you on the next one.
Excelsior.
On today's pop culture news update.
And on today's pop culture news update,
Always watching.